Hello and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard YouTube channel and Discord server. We are back after a week off this week, and the party has arrived in the city of Zincrell, the brass dragonkin city of Drakoll, having done completed a favor for the Queen of Stanor, uh, securing potential trade agreements and such with Stormspire, and making sure that their emissaries reached there safely. They were given some. They were given a essentially a pass to travel the skies of your call. Both with a special pendant they can fly from their ship, and a member of the Drake Wardens who one Drazir, a seemingly human member of the Drake Wardens who takes care of drakes and everything else. He is traveling with the group, at least on the airship for now. And on the trip from Stanor to Zincrell, ran into a bit of trouble in the form of some void corrupted drakes and their handlers who seem to have been amethyst dragonkin, no relation to our sorceress in the group here. Um, Also corrupted in the same way that the green dragonkin, the emerald dragonkin they encountered earlier, deep underneath the mountains of Drakoll. They've managed to dispatch them and safely and essentially disable that, but not without the leader of that group seemingly escaping through a teleportation circle of some kind, which was then disrupted and destroyed. But the group then was able to move on and arrive at Zincrell safely as the airship approaches over the city and seeing the city sprawled out below them. So, uh, as you arrive, is there anything you want to do on the ship as you're arriving there? Anything you want to discuss, or any plans you want to make before landing, or are we just to head into the city yourselves?
Um, Esk is looking a little like, ugh, uh, coming back here is just not the best. It's just Esk doesn't really like this city. Uh, it's just a little much. The city's a little much. The people here are a little much. So Esk will in the morning before we land. Um, yes. Just to inform you all, this is a rather unpleasant place at times. We have to watch what we say to who. Um, there is an order of monks here that are all over the place, and they can cause problems. Uh, I can cause problems with them, but we should be okay. Yes.
Uh, as the ship is traveling over, just to kind of get the layout of the city itself there, I described it a little bit last time here, but it is a tiered city. You have the coastal area there where the docks all sprawled around there. There's a large, almost like crescent moon kind of bay with a little jutting of land out on the would be the southern side, and then just a city going up the hillsides, almost in like just like a stair step kind of thing, multiple layers as you go up there. The well, let's show you what this looks like a little bit here. Um, the dockside area looks very similar to this, with the rounded, like it's like square structure with rounded roofs, um, long jutting piers and piers sticking out from the water. This is more of a you can tell looking at the actually that's this part over here on the far side of this little like crescent bay. And then the closer side here, as it kind of moves up the sides, the buildings get newer, a little more like obviously newly built, a little less this rounded squat structures that they are on the far side over here. And then even from the sky, you can see the large what would be the palace, obviously, very large structure, and it almost gleams in the light as it's not made of brass specifically, but there's obviously a metallic fleck to the stone that catches the light and it shimmers in the light as you see it. The roofs are sort of a greenish. You're not sure if it's a copper style roof, it's a bit sort of a greenish metallic look to it. But again, where you end up landing is off in this section here, where there's a lot of warehouses, a lot of squat structures, and there is one fairly tall structure that has, well, it is a square tower, and there's 4 layers around each of the 4 sides where airships can dock. So they basically can't run into each other, moving around the side there. And so you are in the third dock up is where you're directed to go, at least. As the ship puts in, there's a large platform with these almost like curved landing platform, essentially, where the ship can suddenly settle down onto this space here. Ael's able to negotiate the ship into place there. And the ship just sort of puts down on this large curved structure there, and
Is that big that crescent round thing in the background there? Is that what you're talking about?
it's kind of this thing over here.
Okay.
Yeah, in the background here. It's a little more. It's basically got. It's almost like a square structure there, big dome roof on the top there. But yeah, it essentially has 4 like landing platforms. There are other places to land, but this is the one you were directed to. And so basically, as you're able to embark, there is a large loading deck essentially into the building itself there, and you can go down. When you look around as you first arrive, you will see it's daytime. The population is very heavily dragonkin, brass dragonkin, almost entirely everywhere you look, and they're dressed in very much very like workers' attire. Definitely like the heavy leather aprons and smocks and pants, heavy boots, and what few non-dragonkin you see, there are a number of kobolds around as well. As you would know, one thing is the population is about 90% dragonkin kobold, about 50-50 they're split. However, in the daytime, the kobolds are inside, the dragonkin are out, and vice versa at nighttime. The kobolds being somewhat nocturnal still, they tend to be out at nighttime. So in the daytime, it's primarily dragonkin. At nighttime, it's primarily kobold. But you'll still see a mixture. There's still see some kobolds running around. There are
my cowl up to like block from the sun.
One thing you will note is that almost every dragonkin you see here has some form of hat or head covering. If it's a wrapped scarf, almost like a turban style, or if it's a cap, you see tricorn hats. You see every kind of hat you can imagine, even just like a cloth covering, like a little like a rag kind of covering style there. Almost every one of them, you see very few dragonkin here that don't have some form of head covering on as you look around. Essentially, I mean, sure, party hats, probably nothing that okay. There are some very elaborate style hats, like almost the musketeer style hats.
The little windmill hats.
Probably not. No propeller beanies. No, nothing ridiculous. There are hats.
They are dragonkin guys. They're not, silly makers. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, but yeah, definitely. You see it all everywhere you look. There, people are walking around there. The non-dragonkin you see around, mostly there are smattering of dwarves, humans, maybe a couple of elves here and there. You don't see very many gnomes or halflings, although there are a couple here and there. They tend to be mostly down around the dock areas and the warehouses, what you can see there. And so where you do land, it is very much industrialized. There's definitely carts and wagons being pulled, and they're being pulled by either one of two things: either something that's been summoned, some kind of creature that's been summoned of some kind. You can those of you with more magical nature can see that they're basically summoned creatures being pulling wagons and things, or they are these lizard. They're almost like wingless drakes. The difference is their body type is more like a gecko with a kind of splayed toes on their feet. But they have more of the armored look of a drake and a long tail. But they do not have wings. And so you see some of these pulling wagons up and down the street. And as I said, that it's almost like a tiered structure. So you'll see them pulling back and forth on the roads stacked up the side of the hillsides. But that's sort of the only thing you catch is there's obviously being on the sea, there's the salt air, everything else, but there's also a faint smell of sulfur in the air. And there's a lot of smokestacks and plumes of smoke and everything. However, yes, you have. It's been 2 days since your encounter with the drake. So yes, you've had a long rest since then. Yes. There's which you realize, and Esk, you would know this obviously too, a lot of those smoke things are actually geothermal vents and such. There are these hillsides and mountains moving back in are definitely have volcanic, and there's definitely some underground hot springs and everything else.
Sulfur mines.
There's a bit of sulfur, so the sulfur is definitely a thing here. It's not super strong. It's very faint. It's not like it's overpowering. Similar to how Sanor had a faint smell of ozone to it. There's a faint smell of sulfur to the air here. So, as you are able to disembark, the captain tells you the ship will be here. The crew will probably moving around the area to see what they can find in terms of everything there. But just keep in touch, and they will be ready to disembark whenever you are. But they'll stay here for a reasonable amount of time, obviously. So, welcome to Zincrell. You have you're not really sure where you're headed exactly yet, but it is a very large city sprawling out around you. And the section, it's almost as if there's two sections. The more older rundown section on the far side of the bay, and then moving up the hillsides, obviously newer construction, but a lot more darker stone, a lot more harsh angles, as if they were built by two different hands. And you know this to be the case. That the part of the city there is much newerly built as opposed to down here, which is the original structures that have been built centuries ago. So, what would you like to do now that you're arrived in Zincrell?
Food?
Yes, I know of a good place to eat. It is just around the corner. Great falafel.
Falafel doesn't have meat in it. I need meat. If you would like to not have meat, that's fine. But fish,
Yes.
red foods, all in the belly. We need to also look for spices for our cook because she likes to cook with different items and spices from around the areas.
And Sora likes to eat them.
She does. I do. They're delicious.
She makes out like she's been so helpful to the cook, but she just knows that she's going to get something tasty at the end of it.
Don't tell my secrets. We all benefit from her getting spices.
I don't know that was a secret.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm
No.
pretty sure it's very, very obvious about that.
The crew is all quite aware as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
insisted that we have a very well-trained chef on our ship. I'm pretty sure that that's given.
Yep.
The best in the country.
We stole her from the inn. I believe she was in an inn, or was she at the
She was
school?
in the college.
Was she in the
Yeah.
Culinary Academy, yes.
Yeah,
Culinary
she's
Academy.
yeah.
Totally
Yeah.
stole her from that school. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the
Now you're
last
gonna have subpar new chefs now because the one that was training them before was the best, and you stole her. So now there's someone inferior who's training them.
Well, they can
She wanted
deal.
to get out. She wanted to get out anyway.
Yeah.
We didn't actually like kidnap her. She
Yeah.
did come on her own. Well, she came attached to another person, but still.
She brought him along.
Not
She did.
physically, but yeah.
Yeah. So definitely need to get spices, and then maybe see like what other kinds of weird gizmos and gadgets and stuff are here. I want to hit up the embassy if it's
Okay.
possible.
I mean, it's a big place. If you can look around, and see what you can find. So just off the bat here, it's not hard to find decent food. The falafel place has like kebabs and everything else too. It isn't just falafel only. No place you go to the falafel it doesn't have meat of some kind as well.
Some chicken shawarma.
Yeah, some
Ooh.
gyros. Yeah, that kind of thing like that. So,
Shawarma.
so definitely have seasoned meats of various kinds. So you're able to get some good food, and nearby you find places that will sell spices and everything else. So it's not hard to find some good spices here.
Mhm.
So one thing you'll see moving around the city is there's very little evidence of, as opposed to other places you've been back in Girvan, there's very little evidence of Manatech here. The buildings and a lot of them inside as well have a lot of ever burning torches, ever burning lanterns set up that are burning all the time. Obviously because they're ever burning, but they're not hooded or shuttered. They're just always on. So there's always this flickering warm light, even in the middle of the day. You see the kind of that those torches and lantern lights burning everywhere you go. So there's a lot of and you realize looking around in a place this big, that's a lot of ever burning, like torches and lanterns and everything else. Just
Wow.
on this, yeah. Go ahead.
It's just a lot of magic is all I'll say.
Yeah, it seems to be there's definitely a lot of use of magic, but there's not a lot of Manatech. That isn't a technology they use here so much, but there's definitely a level of enchantment here that's was a little less present in in Stanor. You weren't you weren't in Agiris, the city proper. You were mostly in the palace there. But definitely there's definitely a lot of magic in use here. As I said, a lot of the wagons are being pulled are either moving on their own accord from like some sort of magical propulsion of some kind, or they're being pulled by summoned creatures of some kind. So there's definitely a lot of enchanted type things around. But yeah, not a lot of Manatech.
I'm sorry, but at the end of the last session, I had started talking to a guy to get up with R and Mabel's people. So I'm going to follow up with that and try to get them the information I want to get to them.
Sure. As you're through ascending, or are you doing?
Well, I talked to one guy at the docks, one of the dock handlers, and I was
Okay.
just going to go to their where they basically their office where I would go to before.
Sure. So, he'll the guy at the docks there when you check in with their he's like, and it is a dwarf also. I do know that their office should be still in operation. Can definitely check in there to see what information they've got. It's but they only rent warehouse space when they need it. They don't have a permanent warehouse here at the time, and you're aware that they have more permanent storage places over in Kubriak, but here they tend to just rent when they need to ship things back and forth. But they might have the same. I don't know how long you were here last time, but they probably have the same warehouses. I don't believe they've changed recently. But yes, you can check in there and see what news they have, what's going on there. But I have not seen much here, specifically down at the dockside areas.
I have that sending stone now, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll send a sending stone to Ironheart telling them, hey, I'm here. Where do I need to go?
Yep.
Give me an address type thing.
Sure. You send it off there, and there's a pause, bit of a pause there, and you hear a reply of, just turn around. And you hear it both in the sending stone and in your ears.
Oh, okay. So I'll
And
turn
you
around.
turn around and you see just kind of like about a half a block behind you there is Ironheart. There. You made it. Good. Good to see you here. Well,
I'll thump Sora and say, look who I found.
yeah, you're all here. Looks like very good. Good to see y'all. Welcome to Zincrell. Wow. You have some new faces, I see. Well, you're not quite new. I remember like look at you, Sitara, and I remember meeting you there back in Port Oris. But you, little one, are new.
Yes, my name is Esk.
Good to meet you. Local then, are you?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, good.
It's been some time since I was here, but yes, I am from here.
Good to know. I well, let's just say, the prospect of setting up exclusive trade agreements between the Amberbrow family and some of the Dragonkin folks here in this Stormspire really piqued Mabel's interest and some of her more high-ranking family members. So we're here to kind of check things out and see what we can do in terms of securing some trade agreements and maybe setting up some mining rights in that thing, as you suggested. There's Grimbar. So good to see you all. Just got here, obviously. What's on your agenda while you're here?
Oh,
And-
typical world saving stuff. You know me.
You will note that he is wearing he's wearing a heavy a bit of a light cloak, and he's actually has a little kind of a leather it's like a leather skull cap kind of thing, and he's wearing leather armor, a very elaborate looking other armor, and is absolutely armed. He's not in his normal sit around the tavern wear. He is decked out in his, which you would assume to be adventuring gear.
Oh man. You expect trouble?
Always. No, mostly just when I'm not in the more relaxed confines of the tavern or offices and such, I'll be a little bit more ready for anything. Let's just say, always gonna be prepared, right?
Yep.
Um. I don't know if you need to meet with anyone here. Mabel and Perrin are in a warehouse temporarily here. That's kind of how we got here. I know she's looking for. She's going to be in negotiations throughout the day, and I just making sure. Once I knew you were on your way, figured you'd be stopping by the office, so I'd take the place out there and watch out for you. So, anything I can do for you while you're here, or are you just going to be out doing your own thing?
I think we're going to be out doing our own thing for right now.
Excellent. Well,
Why, do you have anything for us?
not offhand. Mabel is like, I'm gonna guess you're gonna end up meeting with some very influential, high-ranking folks here in town.
Yes.
That's the plan, Sam.
Mabel would like you to give her regards to Her Majesty.
Which one?
The one here.
Okay.
Yeah, look at you, Lucas. Yeah. Lady Darashad. Amethyst. Like suddenly it hits you. The name Darashan is the name of the brass dragonkin of Mabel and Addie's group that was lost. The one that died.
Wow. What?
The first one they lost back when they were first adventurers.
So this is the second generation of the person that was in their group?
Shattered soul. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not exactly. The queen here, Desadir, is Dessa's sister.
Oh.
We go back a long ways. I've only spoken to her a couple of times. People and her spend a little more time together. But yeah, I know there's been talks over the years of between Her Majesty and Mabel. We've had obviously there's some difficult feelings there, but yeah, it's been a part of the reason why we have the ability to do what we do here is the fact that we do have a little bit of a history with the current queen. So gives a little bit of edge in negotiations. So Mabel, yes. If assuming you're going to meet with her
as well, so yeah.
Well, we also did get back a bronze statue to the Bronze Queen.
Brass,
I believe. Brass.
Yeah,
That's the one.
Yes. And that might work in your favor as well. I can't say for sure one way or the other, but that might be something to consider as well. And he's pauses that statue. That thing's a right pain in the butt, it is.
What do you mean?
Dessa stole that when she left her home, and after she passed away, they sent someone to pick up her remains and bring her home. But they also wanted that statue to bring it home as well, because she took it without permission, let's just say.
No, okay. Well, that makes sense. I would too. Good on her.
Is Perrin with him, or is he with me?
No, he's just here. Perrin's with Mabel. And so, yeah. So back at the offices or whatever. So yeah, you very rarely see Perrin not at her side, as he's kind of her bodyguard.
Okay.
But yeah, you do note that he's very keenly aware of everything happening around there. He doesn't actually reach for weapons at any point, but he definitely has that alert sort of I know what's happening around us kind of situation. But yeah, he doesn't look worried or anything. He's just that sort of I'm keeping an eye on everything at once kind of thing.
Is he by himself?
As far as you're aware. There's nobody obviously with him. There may be some not obvious people with him, but they're not.
I'm gonna look.
I mean,
see what I can find out. Yeah.
Sure.
You want an investigation or a perception?
Perception check, yeah. Yeah. You'll spot two other folks that are kind of nearby. There's obviously one sort of person up on top of the building where sort of up in the would be up in the window of the office thing he mentions there. It's obviously keeping tabs on things. The weapons trained or anything else like that. It's just they're just obviously watching. And one more person who's sort of like on the opposite street corner, kind of tucked out of the way, munching on some like kebab thing like that. That's paying a little too. Not really the specific person, but you recognize the type. Just someone just to keep an eye on things for the most part.
Okay.
He's just nonchalant, being very nonchalant, but you recognize the type. You've probably done that type of work before.
Oh yeah, that's probably how I started or something, you know.
Yeah. Basically, just being a lookout.
Yeah.
I would like to say all of that out loud now.
That's
Laura is considering buying a head cover because everyone else here is wearing head covers. And I said, if everyone else started jumping off a cliff, would you do that? And then I'm like, who am I even asking? You're Sora.
Yeah.
Of course you would.
Right?
Sure.
You'd probably be
Of course I would.
first.
Yeah, Sora would be first jump on the cliff.
Bridges
Yeah.
and buildings and go through walls and doors. I don't discriminate.
True. Yeah. In fact, you'd probably be the one starting the trend of everybody jumping off a cliff. You'd be first.
Absolutely. She would
That
definitely be the one starting it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be so much fun, though. Is
No,
there a
it
cliff we
wouldn't.
can jump off of? Like
I
into
mean-
water?
The seawall.
Yeah, okay.
Would I know of a tall building?
Oh, yeah.
that we could go jump off?
Yeah, there's cliff
spot.
diving. There's cliff diving in and around the area here. Sure.
Wow.
I don't think we've got time for that.
Why not?
Well, we need to go talk to a queen for one thing.
Why is it that we always have to talk to a duchy or to a queen? Why can we never do anything fun?
We do lots of things that are fun, just in between speaking with royalty and saving the world.
Well, that's kind of how things go when you're important. Little
You're
less,
we're
important,
little
you
less,
hear that?
you have to make time for fun, but it's gonna be in between though the important things that have to get done, right?
Yeah,
I know how it is.
that's what I keep telling Alia.
You have to make time for fun, right?
Uh-huh.
So, well, I won't hold you up here or anything else. That if you need anything and we can help you out, let us know. As I said, Mabel's been going to be in negotiations for a good part of the day, I think, securing some rights, doing some contracts, that kind of stuff. So, I'm just kind of hanging around. Check in with us later on and let us know if there's anything we can do.
All right, beer's on you.
Definitely.
Very good.
I know better than that. Maybe the first round's on me. I'll go that far.
Oh, listen, remember, if the beer was on him, you'd have to drink it off of him, and that's just gross.
How do you know?
He's a dragon.
I mean, I could be.
Yeah, it might be fun.
I don't want to try to make a dragonkin blush.
I don't know that it's possible.
Oh, I know it is.
I do. Don't get me started.
So at no point does he even acknowledge the fact that you're the wrong color, but he still obviously knows who you are.
I'd imagine that he would know.
I don't think he actually saw you before you left, Port Oris. So I don't remember if he did or not. I can't remember if you guys did doing them after you changed or not.
No, I think we did it pretty hush hush. Oh no, but we asked if they knew anybody.
Okay, so probably.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, keep us. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help. We're gonna be here for at least a little while. You don't have to be back anytime soon, but keep you in mind. And have fun.
Yeah, got to give him the names of the people he needs to talk to.
What's that?
No, just thinking out loud.
Okay. Yeah. So he kind of like heads back into the building there, and kind of gives you a little bit of a wave there, and heads back inside. The guy across the street stays there. He's like, you realize Grimbar, he's probably watching more the offices than he is watching out for Iron specifically. It's just like keeping tabs on anyone kind of coming and going and watching out, sort of a lookout person. But you're able to head back into the streets and move along. And if there's anything you want to check out along the way, want to look for along the way, you can start heading toward the palace. It's late morning, probably around 11 o'clock or so. So there's definitely somewhat of a crowd. People kind of coming and going. Pretty much everywhere you go. Able to kind of move through the streets pretty easily, though. Kind of heading along the kind of the crescent, heading up toward kind of along the main streets.
Question: are there any like stores or market stalls or anything?
Yeah, you'll see a lot of various just basic like vendors and sellers, something like that. What is it? Anything you're looking for in particular?
Yeah, a really big fancy hat with a big feather in it for a dragonkin.
Oh yeah, you'll find at least a couple different haberdasheries, and you'll find a couple of different stalls that have hats. They're mostly kind of the floppy felt hats, or like kind of wraps, or like bandana type things you can wear on the little the market stalls. But there'll be a kind of a definitely a fancy hat shop along the way.
I want something with a big plume in it, like a big feather.
They do have them. They tend to be mostly white, unless you want something like a dyed color feather. They tend to be just kind of the white, like various like white feathers. Probably some sort of a large seabird of some kind.
Okay.
Brushed out and tooled and very fancy looking. What sort of color do you want? We've got the black hats, the gray hats. There's some various colors as well. There's some green and blue, a red hat over there.
And a blue one might be nice.
Oh, yes. This style over here, then. Let's see. He does point to like that sort of swashbuckler kind of style hat.
Awesome.
With
Definitely.
It sits up on one side, has the kind of the wide brim on the other side. Little feather tucked in the side there. We have a white feather.
That sounds great.
It all looks good. You don't want any alterations or anything, do you? I mean,
oh no, it's all good. That's perfect like it is.
Right.
I'll use prestidigitation on the feather to make it purple.
Okay. Oh, that's a nice little trick there. I can make that permanent if you want.
Go on then.
Okay. So he will take the feather out there and kind of he takes it over to this like odd like counter, it's a little platform. It's sort of almost like a gray slate, like countertop, and he sets it on there and pulls down a sort of a little vial of like sort of a red liquid and a little vial of blue liquid there. He kind of dips the feather into one, then the other, takes it and sets it on the slate, and then sort of rolls his hands back and forth, and it slowly turns into his brilliant purple color.
Awesome.
And looks good. All good for you.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. He kind of tucks it back in there and makes all the adjustments there. Anything else you want to change about the hat or the fabric, or maybe a chin strap of some kind or something? Some people in the windy times have a little bit of a way to hold it on the underneath.
I think a chin strap might be a good idea. This, yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right then.
We have a person who likes to suddenly, bungee jump without any kind of preparation. So, yeah.
So a bit of a daredevil then. I get you. And so he basically pulls up a little bit of fabric there, stitches it in the sides there, and kind of pulls it down there. So you just basically cinch it up this way. You got a little. It should hold on pretty well in the winds. I would not. Maybe not in free fall kind of situations, but it would hold on, but it would have a little better chance at least.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you.
All right.
I don't suppose you have any scarves like Maybe like a dark blue scarf with any little twinkling stars on it or anything?
Let us see here. What do I have? I don't have one moment. And he goes back there, and you see him go like pull down a bolt of fabric that's kind of a very, very dark blue, almost like a navy blue, with some little like white dots in it. And you realize, this fabric okay? And oh, good, very good. He pulls it down there, and really quickly, he's just like pulls out a set of shears and just like starts cutting things off there. Pulls out some tassels on the scarf.
Yeah, sounds good.
6 foot length, 8 foot length, 4 foot length. What do you want?
I think 6 would probably suffice.
Excellent. All right, then he cuts it all the length there. The guy is like super fast. Like he just kind of like runs his hands along things and like stitches kind of appear almost. On the side there, he's not actually like needle and thread. He's like just, and it's sort of like some like stitches up there automatically. Attaches the little tassels and little black tassels on either side there. Wrapped a little like kind of a silvery gold little wrap on either side. And within like 5 minutes, he's got a full like scarf from this like navy blue and starry fabric.
Excellent. Thank you.
Will that do? All right then. We should talk price, of course. I didn't think of that. The hats are normally 10 gold for this style of hat, with the custom feathering and the custom work on it there. And the scarf usually go about 4 gold on the scarf there with the custom work on that. So a total of 14 gold.
Sounds good to me.
Excellent. And so within,
I'm gonna try to barter with him.
Yep. So, you hand over the gold, and he hands you the scarf and the hat. Do you want a box for this or anything else, or just take it out with as is?
Do you want a box? Do you want a gift wrap?
Is that extra?
Not normally, but no, it is fine. You kind of just gestures, and you guys. The stack of boxes over there. One of those should be just fine for the hat. You can take the scarf. I can do the scarf. Either wrap it up in a small box or whatever you want. That's fine.
A small box would be nice.
Okay, so he kind of takes the scarf there, and he just sort of like takes a little box about 6 inches by 8 inches or so, and he just like holds the scarf and does this, and the scarf sort of like layers itself and folds down into the box there. You pop the top on there. There you go. The hat box kind of pulls the right size. This one should do. Sets it in there just nicely. Closes this up there. There you go. No.
Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Excellent. Come back anytime if you want any other fine hats and scarves.
I will, and I will recommend you to everyone I meet who needs a hat.
If you ever, I will tell you. I know of a little about half a block down and 1 tier up is Stellara's enchanting shop. She's very good about actually enchanting items, and she's quite skilled at taking things of high quality, such as these, and enchanting them in some way. So if you're looking for any sort of enchanting services, go speak with Stellara.
Thank you very much. That might be an interesting idea.
Very good. All right then. Have a wonderful day, and enjoy your time in Zincrell.
Thank you.
Jim, am I sensing that we're closer to the void, or any changes in what I'm sensing there?
So essentially, the trip here, you definitely got the idea that it was like from Thanor, it was northwest. As you traveled up there, you kind of realized that you were passing it, and it's now a little bit southwest of you. So you definitely have moved past where it is. It's definitely still further inland, as far as you can tell. The strong source that you're feeling.
Okay.
Give me a perception check while you're here.
Sorry, Satara, I didn't mean for him to make you do that.
Well, that's fine. As you're sort of like kind of focusing your senses and kind of keeping out there, it's a little harder in the middle of the day. It's a little easier at nighttime for you to sense these things. However, there are vague little splotches of void. Kind of, you can't pinpoint a specific source, but there's some around. Just little like a smudge, almost like is kind of how you kind of sense it right now. Is it's a little bit of a pocket, a little smudge of it, just a couple here and there, but it's sort of around. And it's like you never quite are able to latch onto a specific, like, there it is. It's just like there's something, and you kind of, it's almost that you see something out of the corner of your eye almost, and you go to like focus on it, it's just not there.
All right. I will pass that on to Sora.
There's some bit here and there.
But not able to pinpoint where.
Not
So it's not like
specifically, no.
okay, so it's not like my thing that I can do.
No.
Okay.
Not exactly. It's just sort of a vague sense of the what's in the area. There's something around, but it's not strong, and it's not like focused. Let's just say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If we're traveling along, I'll just chat to some of the dragonkin.
Mhm.
We noticed in Stanor some of them were less pleasant to be around.
Mm-hmm.
If there's any difference, it was the ones that weren't local, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's hit or miss here. There's definitely some people that are more standoffish, more abrasive. In general, brass dragonkin, the ones you met that live in, there's a number of them that live down in an old Karun because it's so hot there, and these guys are they're fire based, so they tend to be very comfortable down there. They tend to be very social, very outgoing, very pleasant to be around for the most part. There of any dragonkin you've met before. So yes, there are some that just sort of like kind of are standoffish, looking at no. Like, not going to look at you, or just kind of wave you away, don't want to talk, kind of thing like that. Some are very, if you ask questions about the area, they seem to be okay, but it's just sort of like hit or miss. And it's not so much I would say, like I said, finding non-locals here is actually a little bit difficult. Most everyone you see on the street here is brass dragonkin at this point. There's only a couple here or there that aren't.
Okay.
Yep. But there's definitely a sense of that here and there. Anything else?
Other than going to, if we can get to maybe a place to sleep, if we're going to stay here, or we're going to planning on sleeping on the ship, guys?
I mean, there are places to definitely find inns and such, inns around. It's not hard to find a couple here and there.
We want a good one.
I mean, yeah.
Fancy schmancy one.
I mean, the farther up the hill you go, the farther around the crescent you go, the fancier they get. The ones that are there. You can definitely find some that are nice in this part of town as well. Like I see, this tends to be where more visitors hang out, and more locals kind of hang around the far side of the crescent. So up to you. Ask, you know of a few different places. I mean, the more fun places and the more like quiet but like exclusive kind of places.
I know of a really rowdy place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You sort of have like, there'll be like the rowdy like bard kind of bar.
Yes, yep. Rowdy kobold only.
Yep.
Well, mainly kobold.
Primarily, yeah. You definitely would find that.
Is there our bank that we have set up in Port Oris? Do they have a branch here? Or would we know of a branch that would be here?
You know that there should be, yes. It's not something that's really highly advertised. But looking around for one, you could definitely find one eventually. Yes.
We do need to go in and get Grimbar, Ask, and Satora a membership card
Okay.
to have access to the guild funds.
All right. Like the branch in Port Orith, what makes it easier to find is that you don't so much find a Bank of Port Orith or Bank of Gervon. What you find is a Temple of Zilkith.
Okay.
The god of merchants, basically, of finance and such. So and so when you find the place there, there is a dragonkin behind there, behind the end of the counter there, and so you want to have a linking up funds with Banks of Gervon. We can do that, yes. We have, he kind of points to one of the other windows. One of the representatives of the bank is down here. You can definitely check in there and have all of your needs set up there if you wish.
Awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. And so you walk down to that window and you see the same guy who stood up in front of the window. Hello there.
Weren't you?
Yes, this is where the setup is there. So I work both places, but yes.
Oh, that sounds rough. Okay. Sure. So we need to add 3 people to the account and take 3 people off the 3 people? Yes, 3 people off the account.
Okay. Well, let's see here. He sort of like pulls out a scroll, says out in front of him here, and says, "The account, please. And you have a card with you, please."
And I will pull out my card.
Excellent. Okay. And he basically sets it down on there, grabs on the scroll there. Some information comes up. Oh, the YouTube content.
Yeah, he's going to bed here in just 1 second.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, you have so we have you want to, and basically you can go through the things here and say, okay, so setting up different accounts. One moment, and he pulls out a drawer with the cards. That's a little kind of a. And this is the one place you actually see some sort of magic being used. As he pulls out a little thing there, it punches the card, sitting up there. Let's see. Are the people with you right now? We'll have to make sure that they sign for their card and they are access it correctly.
I'm pretty sure everybody came with us into here, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, I would have like led you there. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So they definitely are able to like set up a card for both for Esk, Satara, and Grimbar. And you now have a shiny gold Bank of Gervon card that effectively acts like a ATM card kind of thing.
Mhm.
There you go. So each one of you sort of has you effectively
Prick a finger.
yeah, there's a little tiny image of you on the card as well, a little scribed into the metal card. There you go. Should be all set now. If you need anything else, is there anything else you need?
Yeah, I wanted to deposit some bank funds into the account.
Excellent. All right, then he takes them there and opens up a little box there and slides it out in front of you. Just put the amount in there.
Wait, you're putting money in the bank and giving Grimbar his own card. Is that what's happening right now?
Yep.
The thief in the party is getting his own card to our bank account. Yeah.
I would love to see him try to steal from a beholder. That would be hilarious.
It wouldn't be
Well,
stealing.
But it's
It's
not
not stealing.
stealing if he has a card.
If you have a card, it's not
Yeah.
stealing.
You give him access to the funds.
He'll be fine. He understands what we're doing.
Okay.
He better
If
understand.
anyone does, yeah.
He better understand what we're doing. All right. We are going to add 5,000 gold into the guild funds in there. And then this goes down lower. I had it written down. Where is it now? Maybe it's written on my character sheet.
Yep.
Could be.
Is it on the loot list?
No, on the loot list was what we've been accumulating, and now I'm dumping into the account. On my character sheet, I have how much is in our bank account.
Okay.
Yep, in our bank account, we have 6,000 gold.
Okay.
So now 11.
No, this.
Oh,
With-
this is 6,000. Okay.
This is 6,000, yes.
Yep.
On my actual person, I have my personal account. I have 4,748, and then the stuff that is in our pocket to carry around for group loot is 1,180.
Leave it to the dragon to know exactly how much gold there is down to the last one.
I even know exactly how many rubies and gems and diamonds that we're all carrying as well. Well, not you guys carrying, but like the group was carrying and in my own pocket.
Right?
Okay, so now that that's out of my pocket, I feel better.
Excellent.
Somebody's not going to steal it from us.
Have a very good day.
Thanks. You
Yep.
too.
With that, you're able to head back out there. Those of you. Okay, well, I will fix that. Relax. I created that. I created that a year and a half ago. Give me a break. And that plotline has been touched in over a year. So
Yeah, we haven't done anything. And also, we never ended up doing the whole bank heist either, so...
well, you found out
We
that
didn't need to.
you didn't need to do the bank heist.
We
It would have been a very,
didn't.
very
Especially when
difficult
we
thing
found
for you to.
out that there was a giant beholder in there.
Yeah,
We
the bank,
did find
the
out.
bank manager of the bank was a beholder. So
Mhm.
so anyway, so yeah, you're able to do your things there. It is one in it's sort of on that it's almost this location is actually on the cusp of where the crescent sort of turns into the we call it the crescent and the tiers, essentially, is it the tiered city essentially. So the big crescent there is mostly flat. And then the tiered city going up there, up the side there. That's almost that where the crescent area meets the hillsides, and where all the kind of the tiered structure is. So you're able to see more and more of that newer construction where the bank is here. Anything else you want to look into on the way?
Was that a museum we went to when we turned that in, that statue? Or
No, it was the embassy.
that we went to the embassy, so I would
Yeah.
probably have to go back to an embassy. That'd probably be a good idea, guys, if we did that.
Dude, what?
Established that we're at least here. So I want to say, like, Adventure 1. We were in the city of Port Oris, and somebody was trying to steal or had stolen, and we recovered a statue and we gave it back to the embassy. It turned out later we found out that my brother was actually trying to steal it.
Well, he was trying to buy it from the person who had it stolen. Yes.
Yeah. Buy stolen goods.
Yes.
That's the thing.
He didn't contact with the thieves who took it there. He basically was like, hey, there's something for sale. I want that thing. So yeah,
Mhm.
One thing I would point out here is there wouldn't be a dragonkin embassy here because this is where the dragonkin live. There
Right.
may be like embassies for other places in here.
Right.
So
But I was saying embassy for you to understand what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Well, here you would go to the palace because that's where the people in charge would be.
Yeah.
The embassy are palace representatives in other places. So yes.
Should we go there now, guys, or do we want to have fun and relax for a little bit and then go do the serious stuff?
I'm always for getting the serious stuff done first. It gives me longer time to get drunk.
We need to find you the tanker that never ends. That would be the thing for you, man.
Alchemy jug that just dispenses beer.
Drinking and then interrupting drinking and then business just is enough to make a dwarf mad. You gotta let me drink and drink until I'm done drinking.
Okay. I don't drink, so I don't know how that works. All right.
You start
So
to drink milk and eat some fish, and then they take it away from you because they want you to do something. How's that going to make you feel?
I'll take it with me and let's go.
They won't let you.
Well, then I'm finishing my food.
Okay. So let's go take care of business.
Okay.
Fine. If you say so, boss man.
I say so.
Okay.
Okay.
Lead the way then.
Dora's learning. I like that.
So
Let's go.
you kind of head along there. It's not hard to really follow. Essentially, the streets are not. They're just are curved, same as the city is there, and so it's not hard to find the palace because it's going to just keep following the same road. There's a couple little side streets and everything else off the main roads, but the main roads just sort of like curve all the way along the crescent there, and the palace is sort of like at the far end of that curve. At the actually on the lower tier, it's actually down near the water itself. There is where the palace has been built up, and it's not hard to spot from a distance because it's one of the largest buildings you can see in the whole area as well. Most of the buildings here are in the newer section are maybe 2 to 3 stories tall, maybe a couple that are 4 or 5, but nothing as large as some of the buildings in Port Oris. What makes them tall is the fact that they're on a hillside, so they kind of like you kind of just see them rise up and up as you look away, like with your backs to the ocean, just seeing them going up the sides of the hills. But the buildings themselves are only about average of about 3 to 4 stories tall. However, moving along, as you move through into the newer construction, you see more almost exclusively dragonkin. You see very few other races in this part of the city. They tend to be dressed a little bit more fashionably, a little bit less workman's type clothes and more business attire or social attire. You definitely see.
Time to bring out the noble clothes. Got it.
What I mean, you don't look grubby or anything else like that. You just tend to be your adventurers in armor and everything else, or that type of clothing. So while you stand out because you're not dragonkin, most of you, you don't look out of place in terms of what you're wearing, really. Well, other than you're wearing armor and you're wearing like adventuring type gear. So, but anyway, you're able to move along the streets there. It's not very difficult. You will see at various places as you do approach like where the palace is, you will definitely see more guard presence. And the guards almost invariably have that sort of the Spanish conquistador metal helmets. The ones that kind of like branch out the side there have that sort of conical top and branch out to either side. They almost all have that same style of helmet that they're wearing. Some of them do have feathers attached to them. Some of them have little black like fabric bands around the sides. Some of them have varying like ornamental like metal work etchings on them. They're all a lot of the ones. Many of them are have a unique look to them. They all kind of have their own style, but they're the same type of helm, but with their own sort of flair that they've added to them. Almost invariably wearing some sort of a chainmail and a tabard over top of it. Weapons and evidence. Just sort of always moving along in pairs on the street as they move up and down. They don't accost anyone. They don't. They all give you sort of an odd look because of who you are and how you look, but none of them stop you or act hostile toward you anyway. That is until you get to the palace itself. Then the guards will, like, prevent. Essentially, as it appears that you're heading toward the palace gates, there's a low wall with a gateway there, and you'll see them stop you and your business.
I'm pretty sure we need to speak with the queen about trade routes and things set up between what is the name of that island that we were just on?
Stormspire.
Stormspire. Mm-hmm.
Stormspire, yeah. But didn't we got a missive from the Brass Queen or from the Silver Queen about going to see her. So we all we have to do is show that we'll get in, I believe.
Well, I'll show that too.
Looks it over. Well,
Come along, lad. Go get the right people.
Looks it over. One moment. We will inquire and make sure of the authenticity of this. And he says, he basically turns and makes sort of a whistling sound. It's not a whistle because dragonkin can't whistle. But sort of a high pitched trill sound. And a moment, a younger dragonkin, obviously not in full armor, almost like a little sort of like a little uniform, similar tabard, but no armor underneath it. There comes running up there. Have this checked out for me, please. Make it quick. Don't leave the people waiting on the street. And the little kid goes running off toward the palace.
Cute kid.
Those of you, why don't you all go ahead and give me perception checks or insight checks? One of the two. Either or.
Because they're the same thing for me.
So pick which one you're going to do. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're just sort of like looking at everything. Just like it's like this is. You've never been in a place that looks like this with this many dragonkin around.
Still wondering if I should have a hat on or not. Yep.
You're getting a hat, chill.
Well, you don't have it yet. So, Esk, you will spot within the grounds of the palace. There are not only guards. You will also see members of, dressed in robes, familiar-looking belts on, walking around there. None of them take note of you guys at the gate at the moment here, but you do see them kind of walking back and forth, approaching there. Amethyst, everyone here is definitely uptight and official. There's no one here is sort of like hanging out. No one here is sort of like acting casual or anything else. Everyone is purposely doing something. You don't see anyone, even the people you see beyond the gates there, they're all walking to someplace. They're not strolling, they're all moving with purpose. Lucas, kind of that same feeling. There's definitely a sense of urgency and importance to what's going on. They're definitely they're not just lounging around. There's definitely a sense of not only purpose but a bit of worry. Like everyone has that sort of like intense look on their face of like something's going on, something's going to happen, something's going on, and they're like moving, and almost you can see the wheels turning in their mind as they're moving and doing what they're doing. Grim Sutara. The two guards that met you at the gate, you notice that there are a couple of guards inside. And there is one guard sort of in this little side tower there. There's guards. There's a little. Well, the wall's about 10 feet. There's a 15-foot like tower on inside of either side of the gate, and there is a person just like watching you, like just staring down at you, not with a weapon, just like staring at you intently.
Like me specifically or the group?
At first, it's you thinking it's like he's watching the group there, but after a time, he's looking at you. And Grim, with the high perception roll there, as you sort of like you kind of like keeping tabs on everything, and watching it again, all that information you're kind of picking up a little bit here and there, who's moving where. You catch Sutara looking up at the guy in there, and you kind of stop and just nicely watch up there as well. For just a brief second, you see him. It's almost like you think it's a trick of the light, but you're not sure. It's like he blinks, but it's almost like a second set of eyelids. Like his eyes just turn black for a moment, like he blinks, and then they go back to his normal color. It's almost like he blinked the second set of eyelids. It was black. But as you're all taking this in, as you're all looking around there, the little page, the little runner comes back up to the gate there, hands it to the main guy who handed the message off there. Well, it seems that this all checks out. Okay. So, Amethyst, you get a message from Sutara.
Which should be weird because, usually
other way around.
Yeah.
Maybe we should detect thoughts. I'll kind of like telepathically say back to
her. The only issue with that is casting a spell like that in front of these guys might be a little difficult.
Oh yeah.
Unless you have a way to do it subtly.
Stand behind Sora.
No.
She's really tall and really big.
Did you take subtle spell, Sora? Or Amethyst?
No.
Oh, man.
Okay. Yes, because it is verbal, somatic, and material, so you basically have to do something to cast a spell. So it will be obvious you start casting a spell in front of these guys, and they're watching you pretty intently. I mean, you could try to do it so they don't notice you, but there's definitely a chance that they're going to spot you casting a spell.
Yeah. Perhaps not. I'm just gonna try and keep an eye on him for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like people staring at you. Maybe he just thinks you're pretty.
She'll blush.
See, that's how you make people blush.
Okay. With that though, it's like I believe you have a chance for an audience. Please, and come in, please. He kind of leads you into the gates there. The guards kind of back out of the side there. And you're led into the large courtyard around the base of the very large building ahead of you. No, nothing, no hostility, no. You're definitely being watched, obviously. There's pretty much everyone walking around will stop and look at the group of 6 people wandering into the palace area who are not from around here, most of you. But they don't come running up to you. They don't make any hostile moves or anything else. And you're able to head in toward the palace itself.
Just as we get in and we start walking, I'm going to get next to Rob, and I'm going to be as quiet as I possibly can and speak in Dwarven about what I just saw.
Next to Lucas?
Yep.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Lucas,
He's the only one that I know that knows Dwarven.
Oh, I also know Dwarven, but
didn't know that. So okay. So Lucas, you kind of glance up to where, like he mentioned, the guy was there, and you will see that absolutely the guy is still watching you intently.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, some others do now. So yes. Okay.
So I knew I'd known Lucas did from early on. I said something, and he says I speak Dwarven, and that's all I knew that knew it. So
I thought that was because you were wearing the dwarf belt, though.
It is.
Yeah.
He still is.
Oh, okay.
Still am, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hence the face fur.
Pretty
it's
much.
the face fur. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, half elves can grow beards. It just isn't usually as thick and full as the beard that Lucas is sporting.
Luscious. It's a luscious beard.
Yes. So, yeah, again, no hostility, nothing specific there, but you're able to head in toward the palace. The grounds are all immaculately well kept there. Lots of trees and shrubs, and you'll see a couple of people actually tending to them, making sure that they're good there. There's actually a number of fruit trees also in the various places, with large bits of citrus and other types of fruit growing on them as well. But they lead you into the palace itself. A very grand tile floors, carpets, rich tapestries on the walls. Everywhere you look, ever-burning lanterns and lights and candles lighting up the place there brilliantly. There are very few like patches of shadow anywhere in especially in the entryway. It's all very well lit, very warm interior. Actually, very warm interior. Those of you, actually, I think probably the only people that might be uncomfortable with this might be Grimbar and Sutara. As actually, no, Sutara, you've been living in Nolkarun for a while, so Grim, you're probably the one, and Sora are probably the least comfortable here with the heat. As it is, I mean, in American terms, they're about 100 degrees inside here. So you find yourself sort of like a little bit. The rest of you are somewhat used to the heat, being either from this region or from Nolkarun.
It feels great. It feels wonderful and refreshing.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I would say, Evan, it's a little warm for you even because you have fur. So, yeah. So, but there is this interesting cross breeze, and you can see that the candles and lanterns and torches don't flicker in that breeze, but there is this a little bit of a cross breeze, and you look up and there's actual windows all on the side there, and occasionally little birds will flit through this entryway as you enter, kind of flying across the area, kind of tweeting up in the rafters of the place here. Very tall, long procession. As you are led through, you will see large, like arched entryways off into side rooms where there's various places with like large tables. One place is obviously a large sitting area where people can sit and dine. One is more of a dining area as you go off in there. And there are a few closed doors along this entryway as well. And eventually you are led to one of the closed doors off to the near the end of this long entryway. And as you enter, you will see a long table. And well, it's not a dining table, obviously. It's more like a war room kind of thing, where there's a long, sturdy table, chairs on the other side there, and which you assume are paintings and tapestries on the wall initially, you realize are specific locations. There's definitely one which you see is almost like an embroidered map of Drakoll on one wall, and then various embroidered pictures or embroidered tapestries of Danor and Agiris. A very blocky looking, well, gateway almost into a mountain that Grimbar you would recognize as the entrance to Kubriak, as Kubriak is mostly underground. And then a very sprawling, grandiose, like white stone metallic towers nestled in the mountains, which by process of elimination is probably it's probably Aureus, the gold dragon city. The person, the guard leading you in there says, please have a seat. I believe the queen and anyone she wishes to speak with you will be here momentarily. And he essentially gestures for you to all to sit. And he does leave, although two guards actually post up at the doorway, inside the doorway with you. Just sort of like...
Sora's not sitting. She's standing, arms folded.
Sure.
Staring, watching, looking, waiting.
Out of curiosity, I ask, he's never been here before, but he's been around guards. And Esk tell, like, everyone's on edge. Like, this is not normal.
You...
I have a passive insight of 19, if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, you do have... I mean, they're obviously on edge. There were... I would say that there's definitely a little more of an alertness of the guards here. This situation right here, you would not think anything I mean, this is if there's you're surprised with only two guys here if the queen is coming, right, frankly. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, just in terms of walking around the place, there's definitely a sense of people being worried, people being, there being something on edge.
Okay.
So,
so this is a typical bureaucracy, building of bureaucracy. Everybody's worried about watching what they say and watching their back.
And there's definitely some tension as well of something. It doesn't take long. You keep things a bit lighthearted. Obviously, one of the guards sort of like the kind of clears the throat there as you guys are and kind of doing stuff there, and trying to like give a disapproving look to you guys, but obviously he doesn't have any authority to tell you to stop, really. But he's just sort of like kind of
disapproving.
Yeah.
Nothing like disappointing dear Dad, but I don't care.
I mean, it's only to meet one of the queens here, so. And about the time you're sort of like kind of getting ready to tell the guy off, the opposite door to the room there on the far side of the room, opposite where you came in, opens up, and you see a woman, dragonkin, elderly, obviously in her 80s, by the look of her, wearing a gown, you assume, a gown of kind of sheer, um, dark green fabric. There's almost a metallic look to it. And she is wearing what appears to be armor of some kind, like a breastplate. Very ornamental, very fancy, very elaborate, but definitely armor.
Green.
So
Jade
brass,
green?
kind of a bright emerald green, kind of a gown over top of this armor, kind of silvery metal by the look of it there, very shiny metal breastplate, all fancy and decorated. She steps in. She is also wearing a elaborate head wrap dress, almost like this like coiled fabric that kind of comes up there, back in her head, and you see kind of poking out from the sides her the horns. Her horns are kind of wraps in around them, and it's the fabric has little like jewels and stuff stuck into it. They're very expensive looking, by the look of it there. But she steps in, looks at all of you, and stepping in behind her, like following her in, are two more guards that set up at the doorway that she came in. And she pauses for a moment there, and I believe you are the ones who are here to speak regarding the situation we've had in our fair nation. And she kind of like, please, be seated. There's no reason to stand. Be comfortable. I will have drinks and fruits and such brought in if you wish. And he kind of like gestures, and she moves toward the seat there at the head of the table, essentially.
That's very kind, Your Majesty.
Do you all sit?
Nope.
Yes.
Yep. I'm gonna grab Sora's arm and say, "Come sit by me."
No, I would prefer to stand, thanks.
Come sit by me.
I'll stand behind you.
And I'll walk up there and I'll say thank you, and I'll bring up that Mabel and her house and Ironar and give their best to her.
She definitely smiles at that, and those of you with the higher insights will kind of get a bit of it's a smile, a genuine smile, but there's definitely a bit of sadness that crosses her face as well, just at the mention of them. I had heard they were here in town. I do believe that there's going to be a number of negotiations being taken place with their organization and with possibly some of our trading companies as well. It's good to see that they're here. They're always welcome here in Zincrell. And so she will go, and she pauses for a moment there, looking at all of you as you seated there, looking at you, Sora.
You're still looking at me. I'm a dragonkin amongst a party of non-dragonkin.
She says, I believe and her eyes definitely settle on Amethyst and Lucas. And then back to you, Sora, with a bit of a quizzical look on her face.
As she looks over at me, I will say, I would like to take the opportunity to say that I am sorry for your loss. I knew Addy. I'm close with Elia, and I took great pleasure in taking down the people that took her down.
I know of Addy. She's I know she had a connection, a close one, with my sister. I appreciate that. I also know that you, and looks at you, looking at you, Emerson, and glances over at Lucas, and then again back to Sora with a quizzical look on her face. You were all instrumental in returning some property belonging to my family.
That was mostly Sora. She was the one.
The statue.
Yes, the statue been in my family for as long as anyone can remember. It was said to have come from the old world. And it was kept with our family for generations, centuries even. And my sister, when she decided to go and be an adventurer, she took it with her. And we made sure it was returned along with her. My I believe, great-grandnephew is Ambassador Port Oris, and we sent the statue to him to be with his family while he was there as a bit of a present from home. But it's obviously ran into difficulties, and I appreciate its return very, very much. And
can I ask, was she present when the statue was returned? Did she see Sora?
No. No.
Oh.
But
the reports,
But the reports would say it was a blue dragonkin that helped return it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So that's what she's like looking at there. Also, Sora did not give her real name to the embassy ever.
No, it did not.
So she's sort of like figuring it out. At least suspicious. It has suspicions there, but she's not like confronting you about it. Just like eventually, she just sort of gives that sort of a satisfied, right, and just a little bit of a nod, acceptance. I understand that you are here to deal with some of the problems plaguing Drakoll. Word has been sent ahead, so I know a bit of what you've been doing and some of the things you've already accomplished for my counterpart in Stanor. She was quite excited at the prospect of new trade agreements and everything. So we are looking forward to such things as well. So I do appreciate your efforts in that matter. I am more than prepared for those who have a connection to my family, to business interests, and she looks at you, Grimbar, to business interests, and who've done already a service for my family itself. I am more than prepared to offer up my favor as well if you to continue your efforts. And you will have that regardless. There is something I wish to ask your help with, though.
Here we go.
I fear it may be related to the situation of what's happening here. A scouting party, a small military force, was dispatched into the underroads to examine problems with reports of undead in the subterranean roads, and they have not returned.
Undead, you said?
When you say a small military force, what is a small military force?
A dozen soldiers, capable ones, and led by one of our most decorated and capable people. And you can see there's definitely signs of worry and more concern you would have than just a military group.
Is there anybody specific in this group that we should be on the look for?
They were led by Brasharix. Cass, you know that name.
I thought there was something.
Guy's a legend. You've probably seen him once or twice. He is the at one point was the supreme commander of the ghost hunters that guarded Necropolis. Probably when you were there, in fact. stepped down, has been, but definitely a military veteran. He's been around. Like anyone who knows fighters and such and the like within Drakoll knows Brasharks. He's he's a grizzled old veteran. Let's just say.
If they are lost with him, then everything should be fine.
It's just it should have returned quite a while ago, and no communications are being able to reach him and his group. And I fear the worst. I don't wish to be alarmed, but he and I,
Yes.
Let's
But
just
known
say
each other a long time.
quite long.
Yes.
He was the one who was dispatched to bring my sister home when she was lost. He's also the one he fathered my first clutch.
There you go.
And my
There,
second.
there it is.
And my second. And my last. I could never really call him consort exactly, but we are quite close, and him not coming back in this manner is just not acceptable. So if he is lost, I would ask to bring him home so he can
Go and find another national treasure. Got it. Okay. We're good at that.
The things that we've come across so far have been controlling people somehow, and they've been acting against their own will. So if we can possibly find him, and if that's the case, then obviously we'll try our best to bring him back.
I would appreciate that greatly. I'm obviously, and you can see she's definitely worried. This is someone she's very close to, and what you know of, what you've learned of, and what you've seen in the SQ, it's like there isn't really a king of any point here, but this guy would probably be the closest to someone you would consider to be a king, if there were such a thing in Drakoll. He's just like long time.
That cool. He's just that cool.
I mean,
no, Strolux is even cooler.
He is a ghost hunter, by the way. Blood hunter. uses a hammer, shield, and is just a grizzled old badass.
I use a hammer and shield. I use a hammer and shield.
You're just grizzled and old.
I'm not grizzled and old, though. No. But I can get there, you know.
Someday.
Went right over her head.
It always will.
I know that there's a lot of communication among the queens. I believe that you've met with Queen of Aziris and Stanor, and they have their own. They're somewhat isolated. I normally have much closer communication with Kuvriak and with Avress, being our proximity, and of course as us being more of a trade port. Any goods from those locations come and go through our city. So I am quite worried about reports we've had from Avress, especially. Kuvriak has always been somewhat isolated. They're a bit of a strange. Even from dragonkin standards, Kuvriak is a little more standoffish and isolated themselves because they tend to be more subterranean than the rest of us. They're concerned more with their minds and their subterranean exploits and deeds and everything else. But I have not had official communication from Avress now for months. Any diplomatic envoys I send are not returning. Any word I send is not being reciprocated. Reports I try to find out are spotty at best. I'm quite worried about what's happening. I know
We
now.
heard of reports about the same. It started, I want to say a couple months ago? Or has it gotten worse or better since then?
Oh, no, it's been getting steadily worse. Oria, both the city and the queen have become isolated. They fear what is happening there, and now with the reports of undead and the proximity of Necropolis to there, and she's sort of like, you actually hear one of the guards behind her sort of like a bit of a cough as she just flat out says that.
You need cough drop? I got one of those.
No, you gotta see him shake his head and just regain his composure.
Good lad.
What is the issue exactly?
Oh, they're worried because I was basically telling you all about our trade secrets and such, and don't really care what you know and don't know.
I think
feel
it's important to be able to talk candidly and openly and
Of
not
course.
hold things back, because if we are to bring back the group that have gone missing, obviously the more information we get, the better. So,
that's why I have no objection. Only he does.
yeah.
Well, good thing his opinion doesn't matter, huh?
Exactly.
Mhm.
What I say goes.
Like her.
I like her too.
Mhm.
Ask. I know that you've had ups and downs with the military and with the Necropolis Guard and with everything else. I read your files. I do appreciate that you're working with this group here, as locals are quite necessary in navigating the both above and below. So, appreciate your efforts, of course.
Yes, of course, my queen. I can easily get them in where we need to go.
Good, good. And I also know that you served briefly under Brisharx, and he had good things to say about you. So good to see that you're working and still out there doing good for the nations.
Esk will do a bow.
Yeah.
Just like,
First, you're hearing of anyone really knowing who you
my
are.
name,
Yeah.
It's the first I've ever heard of anyone knowing my name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Uh-huh. So any questions you have specifically, or any information I can provide, because I do know that there's a lot of confusion about what's going on. Our proximity gives it a little bit more insight to the situations that others might not.
So did they get? I'll ask for who. Basically, who do we speak to about their last location and stuff like that?
Essentially, I can provide their route that they plan to take there. As I'm sure can guide you along the underroads. But yeah, it's one of the subterranean areas, one of the large crossroads of trade. And you would know, Grim. You haven't traveled them much, but you do know that there are large subterranean roads. Essentially, they're carved out underneath the mountains. You've seen some of them probably on Kuvriok. In fact, you do know that there is you're one of the only people that know this. There is an underground route between Kuvriok and Coppervale that stretches all the way through the mountains and deep underground.
Okay. Holy cow. It's coming down hard here.
Oh wow!
I can hear it through my headphones. It's coming down so hard.
Wow. Well, hopefully,
Okay.
we don't lose power or anything. Oof.
Okay, so you're telling me that we're going into a land full of undead peoples to
I hope
find
not.
a group of not undead peoples and bring them back home.
Hopefully not undead people.
Hopefully there are not that many undead. I shudder to think that the underroads are that overrun. Reports haven't been that specifically.
Well,
There have been
I mean,
reports of attacks, but not. The trade routes have not been completely shut down.
well, reports are
And
not coming back through, and that's the problem.
to Aurea, yes.
How many people have been? How many bodies have been placed in the necropolis?
Well, I mean, all of them.
Millions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not.
Potentially, then there's going to be.
Well,
a lot.
that's exaggeration, but
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
thousands, many thousands at least.
many
Yeah.
thousands.
Yeah.
Yes,
So, I
generations, stretching back centuries.
It could be a lot, though.
Certainly,
Could
not,
be.
it's not.
It could
Look
be.
at her face. Look at Sora's face. She's like grinning from ear to ear.
He is. And I can't even say why I'm so excited because, mentioning
Bloody
Bahamut
paladins,
might...
man. What is it with paladins? What death?
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh boy.
I get to go kill some dead killing things.
Get to do the
Oh.
thing that, we're built to do.
Yeah.
And we could finally put them to their final rest. It's not like they'll be running around.
That's what this is considering. Necropolis is not supposed to be a place where someone can be raised. That's the whole point to it. It's supposed to be a place of rest. So
Unless somebody played with something that they weren't supposed to play with.
Yeah.
I certainly hope not. That would be extremely disconcerting.
Do you know the details of what it is that usually prevents that happening?
And she kind of glances over at Esk, and multi-layered defenses, really. There is the Necropolis Guard, and she of which Esk was a member there. If there is any sort of unquiet dead, they move in to put it down immediately. Then there's the actual the priests of the necropolis that ensure that everyone is consecrated and everyone is prevented from rising and such.
Clerics.
And then there's Crystal Guard themselves, who are the first line of defense.
The Crystal Guard?
The Crystal Guard are all crystal dragonkin, who
Okay.
are
Color.
invested with radiant crystal, as in like white. They are invested with radiant energy.
Okay,
come
so
across a
we
couple of
have encountered a couple of dragonkin
Mm-hmm.
over the short period of time since we've been here. These have been corrupted in some way. They've had extra jaws. They've had like a darkness inside them. I'm not sure of the level of corruption, but this could be that. This could be the crystal dragonkin themselves who are causing this to happen.
I certainly hope not. I mean, and the Necropolis Guard works very closely with them. It's very unlikely that they would have become corrupted in such a way.
Did Lucas put that one inside his? Did Lucas put that one inside his bag of holding? Did I put it in a portable hole?
It's in the bag of holding. I don't think that we need to bring it out though.
You have one of the amethyst ones, don't you?
Yes.
I think we could show her.
Yeah,
We
it's
have
one of the.
the amethyst
I think
one.
we should show her.
Yeah.
I think we should say
We came.
I have one in
We
here.
came across two. We came across
two
the
emeralds.
amethyst.
Did
We came across the amethyst and the emerald.
Yeah.
So it's not proper etiquette to drop a dead dragonkin in front of the queen.
No, I wouldn't drop it dead. I would say to her, we do have one. We've taken it for scientific purposes. We have it in an extra dimensional space. If you or someone that you know would like to look at it, we can make that happen.
I can
He
hear
turned-
Eldon screaming in the back of my head, going, "Yeah, the dragonkin!"
She turns to one of the guards at the door behind her and says, "Prepare the one of the rooms of the infirmary, and have the itinerant physician on hand to do an examination immediately." And
Also,
all right, it sort of like pauses and like nods and steps outside.
when is the last time that you've spoken with anybody from the guard? Any of the guards? Had a written letter, anything?
I don't have direct contact with them normally. It's not something they are an independent organization, not directly beholden to any of the queens themselves. We do people serve in both capacities sometimes. The Queen's Guard will sometimes be members of the Necropolis Guard and vice versa. When was the last time you were with the Necropolis Guard?
It has been nearly 7 years.
Oh, then I didn't realize it was that long. Well, in that case, and I will say that you didn't notice any problems in that time period when you were gone. It was a fairly boring post for the most part. Nothing really ever happened, and it was really kind of.
That's why I left. That's why I left. Because there's not enough.
Yeah, nothing happening, pretty much.
If only you'd stuck around for a while.
Right?
Definitely got more interesting.
So what I'm wondering is, if we assume, and our assumptions are correct, that they have been corrupted, it's possible that the reason that reports aren't coming back is because they're not getting there in the first place.
That would make sense. Well, I will say my favor will help you go and investigate this. As I said, movement to the underroads, movement through Drakoll itself, with that favor will allow you to do so. I do hope that you could still investigate what happened to Brasharix and what's going on with the undead in the deep roads, in the underroads near us.
Of
Well,
course.
we're going to do that first, I think, because one will lead to the other.
He's not a gemstone dragonkin now, is he?
No, he's a
Okay,
brass.
good.
He's a brass, and yeah.
Brass, like the rest of us.
Well, you're bronze.
They seem to have some sort of way of affecting people's minds and getting them to do things they perhaps wouldn't normally do. So that might have happened.
Disconcerting. Well, I think that
I just don't want you to be alarmed if you hear stories of this group of adventurers attacking Gemstone Dragonkin, because if we do, it's because it's necessary.
From my understanding, Gemstone Dragonkin, other than the crystal, haven't been seen in centuries.
Well, you're about to see one.
We've seen both Emerald and Amethyst recently. So wherever they've been, they've come back, and they've come back corrupted.
Didn't we see what's the yellow ones?
Yep, haven't seen those yet.
We haven't seen yellow. Yeah, we haven't seen yellow.
Yeah, yellow's topaz. We haven't seen blue either. It's just the purple and the green.
Mm-hmm.
I knew of the crystal, but I never really had any contact with the crystal.
Probably not. I mean, they never left the necropolis. They always stayed inside of it for the most part. Right. And you know that their highest order of responsibility was to the crypt, the massive tomb that was inside the necropolis.
Yeah.
Which you now know what's in there.
Right. Yeah.
Who's in there?
Big old dragon.
Yep. So, A couple moments later, there the guard will return there and just the doctor's ready. The infirmary's prepared. Whenever you're ready, Your Highness.
Oh, he's such a good guy. I like him.
And essentially, well,
Are we all going?
please, I assume you want to bring the body with you. I don't want to. I don't want to
Okay.
carry them myself.
No.
No.
No, of
Mm-mm.
course.
So she will get up and kind of and walk out the door first. The guards parting for her and stepping out there, kind of keeping themselves between you and her, really. And then you follow the guards out. The two guards at the door will at the other door there will stay at their post there and wait there at least. You move in through some chambers, through some hallways, and inside here is much less fancy. It's more utilitarian. There are lights scattered everywhere, but they're all very uniform, almost like lantern sconces along the hallways. You move a couple of doors there, and they lead you to a large metal door, like a steel door, set inside there. And as you open up there, for the first time, you feel cooler air. As the air is all warm inside this place here, but inside the infirmary it is cooler in there, noticeably about 10 to 15, almost 20 degrees cooler. So you're able to step in there, and there's a large metal table set out there. There are instruments and a whole rack of various instruments there. And she steps in. There is a brass dragonkin, looks to be female, by the body type at least, set out there. There are instruments. I'm gonna go myself there for a second. Wow.
That was really strange.
It
Why
was.
did Jim's voice come from?
Yeah, what was
Are you
that?
throwing
Was
your
that
voice
YouTube?
there, Grimbar?
Oh, it was.
It sounded like YouTube coming through Grimbar.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
So you're able to the doctor is basically there. She is wearing actually a white form-fitting robe over top of whatever clothing she's wearing there. But she's there with gloves on, ready to do with it, and just kind of please, the specimen, and kind of gesture to the table there.
I'll put the portable hole on the table and then I'll nod over at Lucas and Sora and get them to help me to pull it out.
Yeah, you can do that.
Little figuring out a way to kind of get into the portable hole inside of a room on the table there is a little bit awkward, but you manage after a little bit of time there and pull it out
jump
there.
in and push him up, and then Lucas can pull it out. That's how that works.
Like 6-foot hole, 10-foot deep. I mean, so
Yeah. Sora jumps down, gets the body, throws it up to Lucas, and then use boots to get out.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that works.
So you're able to get that squared away, and as soon as the body's like exposed on the table there, the doctor and the queen and the two guards that are there as well all sort of like all kind of recoil there. The body isn't fully decayed, but it's starting to a little bit because it's been a few days now, and the portable hole is not airless. So it's not full on like rotting, but there's definitely a bit has happened there.
Clear signs of mess.
Yeah. And the fact that it had been pretty smashed up in the process anyway. But as soon as the doctor's there, and they begin to examine the body, and well, I think that's a good place to cut for break for the moment there, as we are at break time. Take about 5 minutes or so. We'll come back and see what's happening. But we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. So go get drinks, go get the restrooms, and everything else like that, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. And we're back in the infirmary at the palace in Zincrell, along with a doctor, a couple of guards, and the queen of Zincrell, Desidere. She, uh, they all recoil as you place the body of the gemstone dragonkin. And while you expect to see some level of decay, there's less than you would expect. And the doctor will comment on this. I'm like, this is strange. It should be a number of things. Well, having there's no rigor mortis. There's no like decay specifically. No putrefaction at all. Um, how long ago was this person killed?
Um,
Very
2
good.
days.
2 days, roughly. Yeah, a couple of
Yeah,
days.
2 days.
There should be some level of decay setting in, but very little. And so she starts to look and what you see the body as it's placed there is an esque. You were there for this technically, but you weren't actually physically here. So, and it is. Let's just put that picture back out on the table here. Boop. A very jagged, uh, pebbly exterior of skin. The scales on the upper part lengthening and elongating into crystalline spines all over the head um, and the shoulders and along the forearms, where these longer crystals form. Um, the mouth the lower jaw is also the mass of crystalline growth as well, and as you saw with the emerald ones you examined there, the jaw doesn't open up and down; it opens side to side, and she recoils a bit as she sort of moves it apart there, showing as it's parted. The skin underneath there in the jaw there is all black and rubbery, and there's a jagged set of teeth embedded with that rubbery space there. And she pulls, and it extends out a little bit, almost past where the opening of the jaws.
I'm
shows.
going to voice a concern and just say, don't let that get on your bare skin.
Oh, she's wearing gloves, and so she's very carefully and very deftly holding instruments to do all this. She's not using her bare hands.
Okay.
I'm subtly reaching for my mace just in case.
Yeah. There is no sign of movement. There is no sign of life. The eyes are dull and lifeless. The body is slack and not moving. She's well, this is definitely not normal physiology at all. I will have to see. And so she sort of kind of checks the eyes, and as she checks the eyes, she looks in there, and it's sort of they're sort of like single color. There's no real like white or iris. It's just all sort of like one color, sort of a darker, actually almost like a light pink color there. And as she checks, there is a secondary like rubbery black membrane that extends down over the eyes as well, as she sort of like pokes and checks in the area there. Seems to be a nictitating membrane of some kind, similar to some lizard folk, and some of the more reptilian denizens of the area here. We don't have those specifically ourselves, but it is similar in nature to that. As she's checking that, and she'll like pick up. She will carefully pick up the arms, careful not and start moving them around. And the joint and musculature is also very strange. And you realize as she picked up the arm, it sort of bends in the middle a little bit, like the bone is not really like rigid. Like there's actually a little bit of a flex to it. And she checks. Eventually, she will go ahead and make an incision and check in there. And as it opens up the skin, what's underneath is not normal, like muscle and bone. It is a black, rubbery, like thick, rubbery texture to it. Not really.
Does that look familiar?
It is definitely not normal for dragonkin.
These are the changes we've been seeing in those corrupted by the grasping void.
Then
And I wouldn't recognize any of this, right? Other than what we
no,
did the other
yeah,
day,
this
like,
definitely not. Yeah, exactly. So definitely not something you would normally see here. And so she will eventually determine, and I won't go into all the detail, but she will check like other organs, and the entire internal physiology is just wrong. It's not dragonkin anymore. It's like it's a very strange, similar. Like there is a heart of sorts. There are like some skeletal structure, but it's all sort of a little bit more fluid and pliable than it should be normally. Lucas, I think, and probably Satara, give me either knowledge, arcane, or history. I think you two probably have the most knowledge in this area here. It was maybe picking up on something. Okay. It'll actually be. There is a because with the higher roll there, there is a very similar aspect to this to reports of you seen of aquatic creatures, like squid, octopus, that kind of thing. That sort of pliant. It's that sort of like the odd, like malleable internal structure. It isn't quite to that degree, but it has similarities to that. And there's also a matter of the, I guess, Satara, you would, even with a 15, is not a huge roll, but this has similarities to some creatures in astral space that you've seen and heard of. It's not quite right because those things have tentacles on their face, but it's very similar to a Lithid.
Gotcha.
You know, in the astral space there are nautiloid ships. You know that there are things out there, and you've seen and heard of them because they are kind of a scourge of astral space out there. There's always reports telling us that, and so other than the mouth being different, this is a very similar body type. You realize internally to what you've heard of those things. Now, the last thing that she will take note of is that the skull is absolutely larger than it should be. And it's definitely not normal size for dragonkin. And she will take note that there is a markedly larger mass of brain in the skull than would normally be what is normal for dragonkin.
I'll mention that they were using mental attacks, so that could be a side effect.
Definitely, I think that would be a very typical thing for something that has mental powers of some kind to have the extra brain capacity and brain matter and such. So it would definitely correspond. And these things you saw where? In the Queen's.
We tell her.
Yeah.
And we'll tell her where,
An
2
odd,
days south along the coast where it kicks in.
Mm-hmm.
And the other location, right? Oh, well, Ask doesn't know the other one. I'm just going to stand here. Ask will stand here looking scared.
Ask might have... He probably heard something from Cass, actually. Part of the reason why he would be brought into this is that these guys went into the... Like, Cass doesn't know where exactly. He just kind of knows the general vicinity where they let these guys down into the mountain path.
I would name the tunnel like that they entered in through, like,
yep.
And then we found one, such and such deep.
Yeah, that would be on the south. That would be southwest of where the necropolis is. I believe is where we found the.
It's hard to say exactly because you did travel underneath there. Entered a little bit southwest of Agiris. Yeah. So, all in all, the autopsy will include their checking out, seeing the internal structure. This has been massively changed. Sutara, there's no active presence of void in this corpse.
Okay.
There is no. Yeah.
I will ask the physician if she is familiar with illithids and point out the similarities.
Is she familiar? I have heard reports, yes. Never seen one specifically, but I have heard reports. I don't know that anyone has seen them in person that I've worked with, but there are journals, there are information that's out there. But quite rare, quite exotic. In person.
I'll ask, do they have eyelids that go, do they have 2 sets of eyelids?
Well, this one does, and she does kind of like point the little black set of eyelid, the secondary eyelid that kind of flips down.
Do normal dragonkin?
No. Some reptilian creatures and some lizard folk do, but not dragonkin, not kobolds either.
Then I'm going to mention what I saw up in the tower.
The queen and the guards exchange a strange look. I don't know that. I will go and check. I will have it. I will investigate.
Would you like me to come with you?
If
Grimbar, we shouldn't split the party, buddy.
Okay.
I mean, if you wish,
No,
it's
but
fine.
if you do need us to help, we can do that.
We can go and check and see. He looks very worried.
If I get close enough, I can usually sense the void in someone.
Good to know. I will investigate and he kind of points to one of the basically motions the other guard here as you stay. I'll be back. And
We're not gonna hurt her. He can go with you.
His job. He won't leave. Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. In fact, he would kind of motion to him to kind of stay put. He will leave. A moment later, another guard will appear. She never has less than 2 guards with her at any given time. And you can see these guys look competent. These guys are like elite. They wouldn't be here with her if they hadn't been highly trained. You could take them, but these guys are good.
Do you mind if we look at your eyes? The 2 of you?
The rest of the guards.
Yeah.
I was kind of confused. The first guard sort of like looking like, he kind of like does kind of like tilts his head back there and like looking confused at him. And the guard that stayed behind there looks pretty shaken. He's just he's glancing back at the body of the table, and the other guy's confused and like kind of like looks. He'll actually kind of step up to you, and he's a good foot taller than you easily. So he kind of like leads down to you, Amethyst.
Okay.
Kind of like blinks a couple of times, and you see anything? Anything wrong?
Just your soul.
No.
It, like kind of nods and steps back, and Satara, being in the close proximity of these guys, you kind of examine their. You don't sense anything of them, anything wrong with them specifically.
And telepathically, I will say to him, "We just want her to be safe, just like you do."
Kind of like, good. Definitely looks around, confused for a moment there, and then nods.
I'll give him a wink. Also, I'm going to suggest to Satara that she does actually see if she can detect any void nearby if she can.
Currently, nothing is strong enough to sense.
Okay.
Specifically,
when we move off, if she'll do that as well.
Yeah, she has been for the most part off and on. So her checks there. So within a few 10, 15 minutes, whatever, the autopsy is finishing up there. She's kind of poking around, prodding, doing some more work on this. The queen is just very much standing up to the side there, watching it all happen, looking very concerned. And I've never seen a gemstone like this. I've seen pictures and drawings of some of the ones of old. They did not look like this. This is not how they were depicted at all.
The green ones in the cave are even scarier.
Well, I can. And she pauses for a moment. I believe all dragonkin are attuned to an element of some kind, but the gemstones are all attuned to more other forces. Ours are more elemental in nature, both us and chromatic. And Sora, she glances at you, surreptitiously says chromatic.
Well, I'm standing next to her, but I look away.
They're all elemental in nature, but the gemstone amethyst would be force, I believe.
They were using force magic, but they also had some psychic abilities as well.
The doctor sort of nods. Makes sense for the cranial changes that they have.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's some sort of hive mind maybe between them all or something.
So Sora doesn't know anything about like magics and stuff like that, but he had the ability to stun me. Is that what happened?
Yes. So it was a psychic blast, essentially. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I went upside down.
Yes.
You went upside down because you were using rocket
Because you were
boots.
flying, yeah, you're using an attack.
Emerald uses is attuned to psychic energy specifically.
Yes. Yes, they did do that. They were very good at charming.
I know crystalline dragonkin are attuned to radiant energy. Which is what the Celestials employ.
Well, that is why they're over in the...
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And, well... And she pauses for a moment. Topaz are attuned to necrotic energy.
Huh.
Right. Sapphire, thunder, sonic type, energies. So, well,
Is that the only colours?
that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay.
Those 5. Well, I mean, you've seen 2. You've seen 1 here to examine. There's definitely some more to be concerned about. Don't know. Well, keep. If you do come across any others, obviously we want to look into that.
I think that a lot of the horrible stuff that's going on in Drakoll at the moment is down to this phenomenon, whatever it is.
Undoubtedly. If these are... found 2 instances of these things involved in various situations, this would make sense that these things are at least a part of it, if not fully in charge of it.
Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate that, and Doctor, I appreciate your time. What should we... Doctor's like, should we dispose of the body? Should we take it? What is the intent here?
We were going to take it back to Eldon, weren't we? I don't know if it's going to actually last as long as that, but...
We can put it in the magical box and tell Eldon to go to Port Ortis to pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do.
Or they could keep it and
get them to send
Or
it.
they can keep it and just send Eldon the next dead body.
Yeah.
Across.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you want to dispose of it, I'm sure we're gonna come across other fresher examples.
Interesting. There's no doctor's vision. There are no sexual organs at all.
Well, they had children. There were eggs there.
There were eggs.
I had to
Drake eggs.
I had to destroy the eggs.
Those were Drake eggs.
Oh, were they Drake eggs? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
But they seem to be protecting the Drake eggs. At least that's the impression.
Because they were corrupted. They were corrupted Drake eggs.
The Drakes were, and I'll mention the guy that we have with us, and I said he didn't call them Drakes. He says those were abominations.
He did. And that there would have been more abominations had we let those eggs hatch. So that's why they had to be destroyed.
So they're moving to the surface then, and making more of a nuisance of themselves. Well, we'll let the Drake riders to watch out for any other clutches like this. Any other disturbances or reports of other Drakes in such a state. I'll make sure that the information is spread around to those that need to have it as well. So, all right then.
Jim,
Is there? Yes.
is the Drake bloodline connected to the dragonkin, thus to dragonborn, thus to dragons?
Not exactly. It'd be kind of like trying to link up a gecko to an alligator.
Okay.
They're reptilian, but they're not even remotely the same species.
Or a chimpanzee, human. Like,
That's,
Yes,
that's a lot closer actually than
I suppose.
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like if this is related to like it's only attacking dragonkin. That's what I'm trying to get to.
You know, the drakes or the
No,
The
because
Oh.
out in the desert, we had to fight undead and other humans that had it. Remember?
they didn't have that void
Yeah, they
changing thing.
no.
That wasn't the
No,
same.
they didn't have that. Yeah. That
Yeah,
was-
no. I'm thinking like what I'm trying to figure out is if the drakes and the dragonkin are being infected because their bloodline is about the same, or is it just it's affecting everybody because it wants to affect everybody?
I think it's more to do with the fact that the crystalline, the gemstone dragonkin disappeared. They've been somewhere, they've been contaminated, and they've now come back. And they're dragonkin, so they're just targeting other dragonkin. I think it's just
So then why would the drakes be infected?
Because they're native to
They're
this space as
controlled.
well.
They're native. Yeah, it's proximity. That's what this
Okay.
is. It's
That's what I was looking for. If it was just proximity or if it was because of blood.
easiest things to
Also-
control are the things right next to you.
they were also being controlled and corrupted by the dragonkin, weren't they?
Yes.
Seems that way. Yeah.
So if they
But-
were somehow corrupting eggs and then corrupted drakes were being hatched, which is probably the case since we did find other corrupted eggs.
But I mean we've seen dragonkin controlling drakes. Not if making
More
them
like you would
corrupted.
control a horde. I mean, it's like
Right,
they're
but like
not controlling them like mindfully controlling them or messing with them. They're domesticated somewhat, like they would be like a mount.
right, so you're saying that the drakes that we fought that were corrupted were not acting that way? They were acting as
No.
though they were being okay. Okay.
So, well, they were also no longer drakes. They were internally messed up, just like the dragonkin are as well. So these things have been void energy infused into them. They've been corrupted in some way, making them no longer really drakes.
Cool.
So-
I got it.
So, anything else you want to get from the doctor or in the infirmary here before you leave? The Queen is indicating thanking the doctor for their investigation to continue and let them know if there's anything else that she discovers. Doctor very much, very much, but going about her business. So we can retire. We can retire back to the conference area if you wish, or if there's anything else you need, we can the information we can provide to make this situation move it along toward a resolution of some kind.
I don't know that there's anything we need outside of maybe a day's rest and then off we go.
Okay. So the Queen will eventually back in the conference room. There is just if there's anything I can provide to assist you in this effort, please let me know. You can have lodgings here, or we can essentially provide rooms at whichever inn of your choice. I can send along a royal writ to allow you to partake of any facility you wish, or whatever you prefer. I'm glad that you're able to continue your efforts here. I don't know that. And when you get back to the conference room, she's going to talk on the way there in the conference room. The head guard will show up again, and kind of like say something low to the queen. She looks back at him. She kind of gestures out to you, and the person at that post, the guard at that post, is no longer there. He seems to have deserted his post. I'm looking into anything that knows about him or whereabouts or but he's no longer there.
I think you need to start a thorough investigation of everybody who comes and goes, the guard, everybody else, every single person, to ensure that you're not letting corrupted dragonkin into the castle, because
yeah, he sort of like looks at the queen because he wasn't there for the autopsy. So and she's like nods to them. Yes, there's a very good chance that there's people that are under the influence of these things that could have infiltrated our ranks or be in the city or anything else. So do a thorough investigation of all the guard and the staff. Take as much time as you need, as many people as you need, and get it done immediately. Like, of course, your highness. And he basically like steps out of the room and obviously sets to work. Well, I will show what we can here. I fear that there are more out there. There's one in the palace. There could be more out in the city as well. So be very careful, and I will understand if certain methods must be employed to ensure your safety and those around them. So I will make sure that any sort of investigation into altercations involving population and yourselves is dismissed as quickly as possible.
I think we should spend the night here, and I think if anything happens that we can help with, right now I'm worried about here and the city and innocent people being harmed. I'm also worried that guy seemed to know you were going to check him out. So
Satara, the fact that he was looking at you and that you noticed him, it was the definite recognition, and not so much recognition of you individually, just sort of like, oh, somebody noticed something.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to notice that I could recognize it in him.
Or you were looking directly at him.
That I was, yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't know of any way to save anyone who's been corrupted, so.
Yeah, once it gets inside,
and we did try. There was one example where we really tried, but our friend Eldon had to unfortunately end the life of that person because it was too much of a danger to everybody else involved.
If you do find another one, please, I would like to have our physicians and experts investigate them. Maybe something beyond. I mean, no downplaying your friend's skills, but I mean, if you have facilities and time and efforts to be able to do more, hopefully we can find a way to reverse the issue. If you do find someone else, please, I would appreciate a chance for our people to look at them.
We could even potentially pick him up on the way here and have him come and witness the investigation himself. So, if that's necessary, Lucas can use teleportation circles to go there and then come here. So.
Oh, that would be great.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I will.
Would have to get permission to use a teleportation circle from here, though.
You could teleport to someplace else and then use the teleport spell to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be teleportation circle because they don't have one here, but you could use teleport to come back here. You know.
There's 2 spell slots for the day. That'll be fun.
Yeah, but then we can rest after, because by that time we will have done whatever needs to be done and
Yeah.
brought back the corpses. So
You guys find a hotel and let me know. I'm going to run an errand.
We are
the
staying
hotel,
here in the
we were
castle,
staying
sir.
here.
Oh, can I run an errand?
Don't ask me. If you need to run it, run it.
Yeah.
If you need to go somewhere alone, you need to be careful.
Oh, understood. But I'm not going to be alone. I'm basically what I want to do is I'm going to go let Iron and Mabel know what's going on, and that their friend the Queen might be in trouble, so they might want to
Okay.
keep an eye on the castle and around the castle.
If that's the case, I'd quite
I
like
want
to
the-
speak to them myself, so I'll come with you if that's okay.
Okay, but
Okay.
just to fill them in what to look for.
Great. So anyway, so
And send the sending stone. I've already done it for the day.
not a problem. I mean, you know where to go. Anyone else have any other plans specifically? Want to go do something, or want to stay here?
I'm staying here. I just want to do ascending to Strolux.
I saw that. So yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, you get a yeah. So
I'll tag along with Amethyst and Grimbar and kind of be keeping my eyes peeled as we travel the streets, seeing if anybody seems off.
Okay. Before we leave, I'm going to activate the telepathy link between the whole party so that we can stay in touch, and then we'll be back within an hour. That's all
You'll
I
be
can
back.
say. I'll be back.
So I guess Lucas and I are the only ones staying in the castle.
No. I'm staying in the
Yes,
castle
yes,
too.
You're staying
Yeah.
too.
I'm staying in
Okay.
the castle because there was a guard that was there. I'm gonna. Eldon you're gonna see a very different esque. God.
Hey, it was no one good this time. Yay!
Hey,
We've been
it wasn't,
talking about
it was
them,
me
that's
this time.
all.
Wasn't me this time.
Esk is gonna grow a little bit more serious.
Yep.
He's normally is like kind of like a relaxed posture, but he's gonna get way more serious posture.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. So then,
Off to
You
the
guys
training
are-
grounds.
so you guys, the 3 of you are heading off back to the city there, back to where the offices were. For we thought our INR. While you guys are doing that, Esk, and those of you who are nearby, so Sora's heading out to where the training guards. Esk, you know where those are, so you can escort Sora
I'll
out
just
there.
go with her.
Okay, Lucas, what do you have planned there while everyone's scattering and going out to train and such? You want to go to the training guards too, or have your own plans?
Just looking around, seeing if I find anything out of place, anything odd.
Okay. So, I mean, you're not given free reign to wander the entire palace, but I mean, you're able to kind of move around through the grounds and everything else, and so you'll kind of see a little bit what's happening at least. Um, so on the training grounds, Thora and F, basically you'll see a very elaborate setup of training like dummies. It's very and like circles and it's a little bit like those old martial arts films with the weird little like swinging like wooden structures and everything else and all this like very much like a smooth stand surface to move in. People squaring off each other there. A number of the ones sparring in that area are the uh, um, robed figures, mostly dragonborn, almost entirely dragonkin. I mean, um, but there are a few kobolds among them as well. Um, so you see them kind of training and sparring, and as you approach there, one of the monk-like people there, training there, takes note of you and moves over toward you and asks,
Oh, you're breaking out.
"Oh, you? How about now? Is that better?"
Yep.
Yeah, we
Okay.
got Esk, and then you went all silent and quiet.
Weird. Okay.
Yes.
So you will recognize the person stepping toward you as Karthak. Very broad-shouldered, tall, brass dragonkin, and you will see he has kind of a little more cream-colored, a little off-white robes and such. Very belt and the belt around his waist there is blue.
Esk,
Has
can I take him?
so kind of a rope, and very similar to yours, only his is blue
Yeah.
and has the blue scale in the center of it,
He
as
got
opposed to the green one that
advancement.
you have.
Yeah.
You think I would win if I beat him? Huh? In my head, because I don't want him hearing it.
If you beat him, you would definitely win.
The little beast is
Thank you.
back, I see.
It
Good
looks
to
like they
see.
Beast is back, I see. Like that.
and it looks like they let the rat out of the temple.
Ooh, Ask.
I don't have fur of the tail like a little vermin like that. You know that. What brings you back to this area?
I am on business with the queen, of course. What are you doing here?
Business with the queen? You? Oh, I doubt that very much.
Invisible.
You go ahead and
He actually is sort of like ignoring the fact that you're there. He doesn't acknowledge your presence at this point there.
So you're still sporting your shame, are you?
Kind of looking down at the belt you're wearing.
You'd have had blue by now yourself there. You're still stuck with the green, are you?
I've seen more of this world than you have.
Seeing the world and actually having a place in it are two different things.
He's rude. Ask. I want to beat him up.
Did you say that out loud?
Yes, I did. Because he's being very rude to you.
Who's your muscular bronze friend then?
She can speak for herself.
Who are you then?
Looks at you this time now, actually.
I'm Sora.
Well,
paladin.
Sora. A paladin, you say? Yeah, well, I've met a number of your types. It's a matter of, where you get your power, I guess. Has to come from somewhere without, as opposed to within.
Right.
Eldon, or oh my god, I did
Did it again.
Ask will like actively roll his eyes, like it's a full blown like head like roll.
Yeah.
Like oh my god.
So Ask, can I take him? Do you think it's possible? Do you think I'd win? I think I'd win. That's all that's
Probably.
important. It doesn't matter what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would a bit of sparring be in order, Karthak?
I mean, that's what we're out here for, isn't it? So, both of you or just one of you?
Both. Unless Ask doesn't want to do it.
I'm totally would love to, actually.
Okay. We're not gonna roll it all out here, but I mean, I would say it's surprising that he's able to hold his own against the two of you as long as he does. You eventually do. I mean, there's no way the two of you, with the skill levels you have, to not beat this guy.
Also paladin levels.
Sure. I mean, so I guess how what do you do in the spar with him? I mean, he's full on martial arts sense. I mean, he's basically using very much classic martial arts. He does have a tail and uses it occasionally to do a sweep kind of maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
He does a lot of interesting maneuvers in terms of punches and kicks, and does not pull out any weapons at any point.
No, Sora will be using weapons because she doesn't know how to fight with her fists. But she won't use magic other than the innate ores that come off of her.
Yeah. So okay. And how about
Ask is it's a little bit crazy to see. It's a lot of jumping and spinning and like super hyper movement.
It's like Yoda.
Yes, yeah, very similar to Yoda. Like there's just never like a moment of where I'm in one spot. It's a lot of jumping, kicking, twirling. He uses his tail a lot.
Okay.
And it hits like a whip. Like it's just super hard hitting. And it's just a lot of that jumping, spinning. Like it's never one spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he actually seems to hold his own a little better against you, Esk, than he does Thora, because he's used to fighting someone using your kind of fighting style, whereas the heavy hammer blows and everything else coming from Thora are a little bit more difficult for him to deal with. But he does manage to hold his own fairly respectably. A lot of blocks, a lot of dodging, a lot of very, very difficult to hit. You find after a while, as he does have to go in defensive mode quite a bit until he can position himself where one of the others can't get a shot at him. So the fight goes on for a surprising amount of time before he finally like drops to one knee and yields because he's been beaten pretty hard. You've taken a couple of shots here and there, maybe even been stunned once or twice from stunning blow, stunning fist. So you're able to, well, he typically will stun one and then capitalize to go one-on-one with the other person and kind of back and forth that way until he's obviously exhausted all of his ki and has eventually has to drop to one knee and yield.
Well, I can see you are rather formidable. And Ask, you're as fast and crazy as ever, I see. Well, I don't know why you had to drop out of the ranks. You'd have been probably up, maybe even into black by now. I'm going for my tests soon.
Esk will like tilt his head. Who says I may not rejoin it sometime? I just had to see more of the world.
Well, when you're ready, I'm sure the higher-ups will bring you back. There's never any hard feelings with someone who has to go out and do their own thing. Just, yeah. Good.
Well, he'll do the hands together quick bow and scurry back to where you came from, and will abruptly turn and walk away. He's done with him.
Go on, little lizard.
And he looks at you and
Isn't he more of a dog than a lizard?
I mean, kobolds are kind of lizard dogs.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that.
Yeah. I've always pictured kobolds with more of a dog-like face rather than a elongated dragon-like face, but that's just me. Old D&D artwork sticking in my head.
Yeah.
Sora, the exchange there is pretty much done there. He kind of nods and heads back off to where he was there. You had a little bit of a crowd. You're able to kind of continue sparring or using some of the equipment and apparatus to kind of do various exercises and movements and such. But you're able to kind of get in, work up a good sweat and work up a good exercise.
Good. Did Esk leave me alone here?
No,
he stayed
Okay.
there. The guy
Yeah,
walked off. The guy walked in and left you guys there. So
Esk said he left too.
oh no.
I was gonna say
No.
leave me here all by myself.
I just walked away from him because
Yeah.
Jack is a jerk in every way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Okay.
The three of you go to the city. As you move through, you will being on high alert as you are. You will note, while you don't see anyone specifically that is corrupted or taking an interest in you specifically, there is some what's the best way to say this? There is some suspicious. You find yourself glancing at people a lot of times who are looking at you, look away and move on. you find yourself being a little bit more paranoid as you walk across the city. There's no actual confrontation. No one comes up to you. No one bothers you. You don't see anyone that's openly corrupted in some way or anything else like that. But there's just this like odd sensation you have of being watched quite a bit. Satara, you try to focus, and there's never, again, nothing you can pin like that's there. It's there. It's just like this sort of a general, like it's again that flitting shadow out of the corner of your eye, this tingling in the back of your neck. There's just this uncomfortable like sensation that you're being watched. But nothing confronts you. Nothing like openly like is watching you so that you can see there. It's just that sensation you have. And no matter how much you try to latch on to specifically where it's coming from, just not concrete. It's just not something you can spot.
Okay.
But you are able to make your way across the city. Anything you want to just look into or see on the way specifically, or head on your way there. There's conversation happening, so I wanted to give you a chance to.
No, I'm pretty good. I mean, we'll probably eat when we get back to the palace, or when I get to wherever Grimbar and Mavis, or Ironar and Mavis or Mavel is. But I'm pretty much focused on that. So if we leave tomorrow or whatever, they understand that their friends' security has probably been penetrated some way.
Okay.
Um,
So, go ahead.
So, but yeah, other than that, keeping Amethyst from flirting around. So I'll just keep on doing
What
that.
was happening? What did you want to say, Satara?
Feeling kind of paranoid and not liking the idea that people are watching me, I will slip off into an alleyway or somewhere secluded momentarily and turn into a mouse and come back and crawl in your pocket.
Okay. So the
A mouse
cat,
crawling into the pocket of a cat.
the
Yeah,
cat. Yep, exactly. I
absolutely.
just saw that coming. Yep. So,
Couldn't choose anything else.
yep.
Had to be
So-
something little.
So little mouse hops in with his pocket, and you're able to continue. Yes, and so, yeah, so you guys get the telepathic message from Sora that their little sparring match they just had. And about the time you're kind of wrapping that up, you'll be nearing the offices area, where you saw Ironar earlier today. There's Grim. You'll see the same guy watching inconspicuously across the way, guy watching from the windows. You don't see Ironar on the street, but when you approach there, within moments of your approach, before you can even knock on the door opens up, and a dwarf is inside there, saying, looks inside. Come on in, and you're brought into a large office, like kind of an open space. It is a 2-story building, but there's a large like open space, a table, chairs, little like couch on the side there. It has just a similar feeling of kind of a waiting room area kind of. There's a doorway off to the side there. We assume it'd be either a little more in the building, maybe way up to the second floor. But there's open space here. As you enter, you will see that Ironheart is kind of sitting there, feet up on a chair, feet up on the table, leaned back in the chair. And within, before you can say anything, the door opens up and you will see Mavel and Perrin step into the room. Well, hey, I see. And Mavel will look you all over, and so good to see you all. I only see, I see the three of you. I hope the rest of the group is all right.
Actually, she only sees two unless she sees the
True.
mouse.
As far as so
Yep.
just the two of you. Yeah, because the mouse is still a mouse in the pocket. Right. Never mind. So it's the two of you. I see. All
I'll
right,
lift the mouse out of my pocket and say, one of us is still here. The other three are back in the castle watching over the queen.
Well, I always knew you were doing big things, but watching over the queen, are you?
Well, we've had a little bit of an issue there today, so.
Well, wonderful. So,
The queen
I
gives
want
her greetings.
good. We'll probably have a meeting here ourselves next day or two once we have a chance to do what we need to do. It's a number of things we have to arrange, and we're working more with the merchant types than we are with the royal types just yet. But we'll see where we're at. We'll definitely check in with her. She's been through a lot, and of course, while we don't have the connection we have with her sister, it's still a connection nonetheless.
And then I explain what's going on, what I saw, and what I suspect is going on, and I think everybody is in agreement too. And
Okay. Well, I'm definitely I am proud of my clan leaders and such want to expand some mining opportunities, maybe some farming opportunities as well with the Stormspire. So we're here to kind of negotiate a chance to be a part of that agreement. So we'll see where we're at. That's definitely something we can arrange and make sure that we've got enough of a. We put our hat in the ring, let's just say. So, while I can't speak for the entire clan, I can at least help make things in the right direction.
I'm not part of that clan, am I?
I mean, you're not really specifically, no. I mean,
I wasn't. I was part of it. Yeah.
yeah.
I was,
Technically, Ironar isn't either. I mean, he's an independent guy who's been working for them for more of a friend of the family. So you basically think of it as the family runs the organization. The clan is sort of the core of the organization, and then other people that work for them or work with them are fall under their banner, but not the actual family. So we'll definitely be taking back your way as a finder's fee there, Grimbar. We make sure that those people that help us out are taken care of.
That's not actually, when I asked you that, Jim, I wasn't asking that because of that, but I'm not going to turn down the finder's fee.
Oh, no. Essentially, yeah, that's essentially one of the things you've done is bringing up opportunities definitely that pan out for the clan will definitely, their organization will definitely be passed along as well. What brings the two of Amethyst? Anything you need? I mean, I'm surprised you joined this ruffian here through through the city.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, I thought I'd come and see you guys and say hi and stuff. Had a couple of questions as well.
Oh, well, we can help, please. I mean,
Shut up.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wondered if you ever found out the origin of your shattered soul.
Well, based on the information that you provided us and bits and pieces we looked into, we had some research done in Dravier, and I do think I have a pretty good idea based on the dreams we've had all our lives. It's a matter of, well, we've always had visions of other places, and it's a matter of piecing together putting together the pieces. So I do believe. Well, long story short, airship captain took a number of highfalutin wizards over to the old world and got himself killed there by a big nasty demon with a sword. And the expedition was lost.
Oh, I wonder if it was the same sword.
Oh, no doubt. What you described is exactly. It was a pit fiend with a big old black blade and smashed into this guy. He was the captain of the airship there. One Enderillis actually was his name. He was ferrying over a bunch of wizards. Mordenkainen, Big B, Melifander, and Rary. They were powerful wizards there about a century ago.
Okay, I've heard of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I'll pull my dagger out and I'll show it to him.
She looks at that. Is that a piece of the?
Uh-huh.
I think you showed it to me before, actually. Right. That's interesting. And so she kind of like touches it there. It's like, yeah, it's like this feels wrong. No, just I can kind of.
Okay.
I mean, to you can sense the bit of the soul that's in there. To her, it's just the thing that killed them.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't kill them. It killed,
Well.
But yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's had dreams of being killed by the thing.
Oh.
They've all had these dreams.
I haven't had that.
No, you have not.
I've had a vision of when it happened. When I went to the actual place where it occurred, I had a really powerful vision there, which is where I found the piece of blade. But other than that, I haven't had that dream.
No, we've had off and on all of us kind of a shared thing we've always had is occasionally just all having the same vision of a blasted landscape filled with terrible creatures and a ship, an airship, number of people, a demonic army rushing in, and then this thing smashing into, well, the person that we were, supposedly, and killing us.
So do you know the actual name of the person?
Oh, Enderless.
Okay.
Captain, one of the first. He was actually one of the test pilots for the Dauntless. The first airship. The Wizards Guild in Dravier commissioned a second one to be made for an expedition, and he became the captain of that. And
take you for a ride in ours one time.
I've never really been one for. Well, it's strange. It's strange. On some level, I feel the connection, and some I just don't like being in the air. So, it's a matter of figuring it all out. Yep. But
I know that when I went into the I don't know what it's called, the place in Port Horace where the Duchess lives. That used to be the home of the person that I got my soul from. I definitely felt something there. So maybe like visiting somewhere that he's been might give you something similar.
It's never been a very strong connection. I think he was most at home in the air. Right. I've always wanted to go on the actual deck of the Dauntless. I think that would be probably a place, but that's a little hard to arrange. Even for someone with enough money that we have. We'll have to see someday. Yeah. Someday maybe.
Does it still exist?
Oh yeah, the ship's still there. It's the Dauntless. The first airship is still in the dock in Dravier, and they occasionally do take it out for a run. It's a very unique ship.
More like a museum piece now, type of thing.
Kind of like the Queen Mary, but they actually kind of a thing. But it does they do take it up to fly it around. It's still very much intact. It's still very much like a beast of a ship.
Hmm.
They haven't had any real reason to use it military
Like
wise.
the USS Constitution that's stationed in San Diego. That three flag ship, it's still there.
Yep. Lucas, walking around the palace, checking things out there. I will say, some things that you do take note of is the tapestries. They are definitely, they almost tell a story as you see them, and it's hard. It takes a little while. You kind of realize you're piecing them together. Like it's like stills from a comic book, but it's like one picture here, and you're trying to piece them all together. Um, and you start to get the idea of this does actually these these tapestries are old. You can tell that much. The style of them is very, very old. The style isn't really done anymore. And they've been well maintained, but they definitely do show signs of their age. And the story is a bit of the tale of coming to Drakoll, leaving the Dragon Isles, and coming to and fleeing the destruction of the Cataclysm and coming to Drakoll itself. And there's one image that kind of like that resonates a little bit more. The others is the fact that there is it's a strange and it's obviously a very stylized image. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you first look at it there, but you realize it's almost like a top-down view, an angled view of a ship on the ocean with a massive whirlpool to one side and a rocky, mountainous island shrouded in clouds on the other side of it. And you realize that the point of view of this and what catches your eye is the very front corner. The point of view is from an aerial view looking down at the ship. And there's actually a second ship just on the edge of the tapestry. But on the very corner of the tapestry is a gold wing. And you're looking at sort of like the view from, well, the being that guided the ship.
Gold dragon.
Kind of furthering the bit of information you got before of the being that guided the dragonkin to this area. You've heard stories of out in the middle of the Far Gleam Ocean of the Maelstrom, a massive whirlpool that still kind of pops up occasionally. So there's a rift to the elemental plane of water out in the middle of the ocean that occasionally will just open up and form a massive whirlpool. And the other island would probably be Stormspire. Anything else you're looking for in particular, besides kind of this looking around, looking at things?
No, just things out of place. Just things.
Okay. There's not a lot of things not knowing what would be natural here, what wouldn't be. You're not really sure. There are a number of small statuettes on various little pedestals here and there, similar to the brass dragon one that you guys found, but none of them are magical. They're obviously crafted in a similar style. They're all little dragons or draconic figures in like armor or carrying weapons and that. All meant to be maybe figures of importance, but you're not sure who they would be exactly. They're not labeled. They're not. There's no signs on them or anything else. You find a number of them scattered all around various places.
I'd like to point out to the DM at this point that whilst Lucas is doing this, Sora and Esk are trying to find him, and Esk has rolled survival. He's trying to track him down.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
sniffing him out.
Yeah. So eventually this is Lucas is wandering around while you're having your sparring match and everything else. And so after the sparring match, It's not hard because looking for a half elf in a dragonkin palace is going to stand out, and so between looking around, asking around, it won't take long to find Lucas once you're looking for him. And so
Asking.
the three of you meet up in one of the hallways that Lucas is wandering along.
Found you.
Yeah.
You're right there. What are you looking at?
Tapestries. Figures.
History? You and books, I swear.
Is there anything extra that Esk would know to like give in?
You might know a couple of the figures, the statuette figures there of being like past heroes of the Dragonkin. One of them you will spot is of a Dragonkin female, in sort of a interesting dress, and odd, and there's definitely a more feminine, classically feminine shape to this person than what you would normally see in Dragonkin. Kind of the impression of it, not any actual boobs, but has the curvature of such. And you know that that's the Queen's sister.
Oh, dang.
Dessa Derishan. The Queen, you know that the Queen changed her name after she became a mother, which is a fairly common thing that happens amongst Dragonkin. Once they become mothers, they take on a new name or some other variation of their name there. And so the queen who was Dira Derishan became Desadir, taking on her sister's name as part of her name.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
And those who speak Draconic, Derishan actually means desert sun. Like literally, it's the exact translation.
We're in the desert of the sun.
Kind of. I mean, it's very hot, which breast dragon can like. At some point, one of the kind of a a servant type person, maitre d' butler kind of person there, would ask if you would like to make use of the bath facilities. The hot springs have a very nice bath facility if you wish to use it. They are available to all guests.
Really need to.
Hold on. Telepathically, Amethyst, get Grimbar down here. They have a bath area for people.
Oh, have they got any way of drying fur?
Do you have a way of drying it, sir?
I believe that the warm air would dry very quickly normally. So
he thinks the air would do it. You can air dry.
Sounds good.
I mean, there may be ways to hasten that effect if someone has the right form of magic. I can ask around, but for the most part, things dry off very quickly here in the dry air.
All right.
It looks like Sora wants you to get back there. She wants to have you
see you naked.
She wants to see you naked.
Or she does.
Ironar would just like start cracking up. She's just like,
so something about wanting to get you in the bath or something. So
why? The guy's skinnier than I am. No beat on him at all.
Wow.
It's not about the waistline, lad. It's not about.
You keep what's below your waist to yourself, there, buddy.
Yes, most definitely.
Can't go one session. We cannot even go one session.
No.
She was the one who wanted to get him in the shower, in the bath.
Get all the smelly people in the bath.
Yeah.
Yes, if you can lead the way, sir.
I think.
Was that Lucas?
Oh, totally. Sora's totally smelly right now because, she worked up a sweat.
No, I was saying, Sora, I heard you and Esk beat up an unarmed man in the training grounds.
He was a monk. unarmed or whatever you want to call it. He was being a bully.
You had weapons and he was unarmed. That's a bit unfair,
Well,
isn't it?
no,
I was unarmed as well.
he could choose whatever he wanted to do. He was a bully.
And you hit
Picking
him
on
with
our
hammers?
I did. I hit him with one hammer. I only used one hammer.
Yeah, the one that does thunder damage with every hit.
Yeah.
Or the one that does fire damage on every hit.
No,
It doesn't
it
actually do fire damage. It can be turned into a fireball, but it doesn't actually do fire damage.
Yeah. I gotta chuck it and it does fire damage then.
Yeah.
But that's about it. And I
So you
didn't
guys-
use that one because I didn't want to blow everybody else up. They had nothing to do with him.
Yeah. So, anything else you guys want to do with Mabel and company?
No. I told I didn't have a sending stone, so
Okay. Well,
I
they're in person, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, let them know that that their friend might be in danger, and if there is anything that they can do, what we're gonna be doing and stuff like that. We'll do our best we could.
Actually, learning that Brasherix is in danger.
Yeah.
They at first, Ironheart's like, he's still alive. And Mabel, they look very concerned. They all know him. He was a very. I didn't know he's still around specifically, but well, that if you do see him, tell him we say hello. I wish to make sure that. I mean, he's a good man. He's a powerful fighter, and he was a very noble person that helped us get Tessa home, along with her belongings.
We
and
will
it's like
obviously.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good.
sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say we'll obviously fill them in on the on what we found with the gem dragonkin people and what the physician just that she just examined it and everything.
Okay.
And that we're worried that something like that has occurred with the crystalline ones that are down there, but we'll keep them posted, and we're going to stay in the castle overnight, but by tomorrow we'll be leaving to go find them. So if they can set something up to keep an eye on what's going in and out of there, that'd be good.
How much do you tell them about the
Definitely
autopsy?
Everything. I want them to know that their eyes are different and that there are certain features that are different.
Yeah,
that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, because I told them about what I saw in with the guy in the tower and everything, and about how they were, they might be trying to infiltrate her card.
Mabel is very the correlation or the link or whatever between potential illithid, he kind of not freaks out about, but definitely looks alarmed about. She's those things are we've had dealings with those occasionally. They're never good.
How do you fight them?
Burn them, smash them, destroy them, whatever you can. I mean, they're still mortal creatures. They're just so difficult. The psychic abilities and such just make it impossible to take them down without being dominated and they take people. They either eat them or take them to make into hosts for their young. They're awful.
We do have plenty of ways to resist those things. And as a party, obviously, we can all stop it if it does occur.
I mean, it's not that they aren't exactly illithid, but they're similar.
Yeah.
We've had dealings. The dwarven people have deal with them occasionally throughout old times. There's always stories of them. There was a long time where the Durgar were actually, a number of them were under their influence and caused almost a massive civil war between the deep dwarves. It was resolved and the things were destroyed, but it has since been
that the Duergar are still part of our nations. They never come to the surface, but they're always valuable members of our kingdom. The fact that these
I
things are
think
still out there is a problem.
we think it's a big part of what's going on here in Drakoll and also in the necropolis. So it's all pretty scary.
She doesn't seem to recognize the necropolis. She's doesn't seem to know that term exactly. She's
Okay.
it doesn't so and it's not common knowledge outside of Drakoll. Nobody really knows of that
Okay.
practice there. So
I thought they'd know with being connected with the dragonkin.
nope.
Okay.
Yeah, no one, as far as anyone's aware, and expertise here, no one outside of citizens of Drakoll have ever even seen or come in sight of Necropolis before, as far as at least in recent memory. Maybe sometime in the past, but
Is there anything that they could tell us about Illithids and those types of creatures that might help us going forward?
I mean, anything that can prevent from being dominated or mind controlled. I mean, they will, Illithids, they will punch a hole in the back of someone's head and take their brains straight out of their heads.
Nice.
So, I hope you don't have to deal with anything like that. They, tentacles, the face, long octopus-like heads with tentacles from their faces, and, black rubbery skin, long tendrils, long fingers, just I've seen images. They're bad. They're really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But anything to protect against mind control, anything to break someone out of being mind controlled, very important. Very important indeed.
I mean, between us, we've got a few dispel magics. A few
Good.
of us have got, well, at least I know I've got resistance to psychic.
Very good. Very good.
Lucas has got spells and stuff, so it should be okay.
Sort of my specialty to prevent things like that from happening. So she's an abjuration wizard.
Right.
So protection is her thing. So
Okay.
yes. Well, keep it posted. Grim will keep you posted with whatever comes up there, and of course any associated revenues that you'll be rewarded, and your friends as well.
Most thankful. Most thankful.
I mean, you're all a part of the reason why we have this opportunity. So we'll make sure that you're all taken care of. Anything else you need? As usual, Perrin hasn't said a word the entire conversation. He's standing there quietly off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like sparking up conversations with him just so he can stand there and be silent. Typical monk.
Yes. Somewhat elven monk. He's definitely half elf. Not sure what degree of elf he's got in him, but based on the age of this cluster, probably can't be full elf because he would be still a child. Based.
Yeah.
So, well, in that case, if there's anything else, you guys can all head back there.
Yeah.
Upon reaching the palace there, nothing that costs you, nothing bothers you. It is starting to get a little dark when the sun is getting close to going down. You guys are given food. They set you up with rooms, and yes, you can use the bath area, which is basically very much an open, like hot spring type bath there with screens set up, and it's a massive pool with stones and little running water, very Japanese style of like bathhouse kind of thing, where you can set up little areas that have privacy or whatever. Essentially, there's a large communal bathing area, then some smaller, more private areas. Whichever you choose, though, you'll be given a chance to spend some time there by yourselves.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How long does the telepathy thing work from a wrist brace?
Is an hour.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said we'd be back within an hour.
Yep. So, if there's nothing else, is it a
Yeah.
chance? Okay. Then in that case, you are given a chance to have your meals, have a bath, use your rooms, sleep, rest, all that stuff. And if there's nothing else you want to do, you can set out the next day.
Yeah. During the night, nothing happened. Alon would ask in the morning if they found that, found any
Nope.
guards.
Just, no other signs. No. The head guard there, like, we're not finding any sort of specific issues with anyone else. There were, however, 2 others of the castle servants, the palace servants, who disappeared as well.
So it makes me wonder if they do have hive mind and they are able to talk to each other.
It is unclear. I don't know.
We know they at least have telepathic abilities, don't we? So
Actually.
even if it isn't hive mind, it can still be.
Right. Well, just keep a lookout. Check everybody before they get let into the castle. And we're gonna go.
Now that we know what we're looking for, we will. It's a matter of ensuring that no one who's under some sort of strange influence can come inside. I believe some of our more arcane-focused people are working on ways to detect the issues.
Jim, I would like to, now that it's a new day, use my sending stone and tell Strolux what we know so that he can alert who he can.
Okay. I will
Queen wise or otherwise,
Yes, I will get the idea of I will send get word to the queen and make sure she informs other people as well. So essentially, he was just gonna pass on the message there, make sure people are informed and that more people are made aware of the situation. He will say that there's been no other there's been no issues similar to what you mentioned before. In fact, he'll probably go ahead and start up an actual converse rather than sending, because he can do that occasionally to kind of get the full information, get the full report and all the details, and have a full actual conversation for 10 minutes.
As we're walking, can I do that as we're walking?
I mean, you can do it in the morning before you guys leave.
Okay.
Yeah. I will leave. You're taking off at first light, so it's up to you when you're going to go.
Are we going to take the ship or are we going to walk?
Well, you're going to be going underground.
Yeah,
so
the entrance is here, right?
Yeah. So
yeah,
there is an entrance here. Yes. So basically, essentially,
Good.
you would know that up in the upper tiers, kind of built into the sides of the hills and the larger hillsides, there are actually openings into the underroads, because there are things that are shipped or sent through the tunnels through on the tunnel networks underground. So,
what are we going to do about the ship? Are we going to send it somewhere else? Are we going to keep it here? Are we?
I think they're safest here, especially if they know what they're looking for.
Sure.
Do you?
Well, yeah, if they know what they're looking for, they're safer here, where they have contacts that we've contacted, especially with INR.
And Drazir's still with them. He's not going to take off. The crew is
Okay.
fairly competent.
Mm-hmm,
Um, the captain and Amir are both pretty decent fighters.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, Drazir can handle himself. He's the Drake rider, right?
Yeah.
The trainer.
exactly. Yeah. And he
Surprised
said
he doesn't
he
want to head back and warn his queen.
I've
he's-
already taken care of that, Grimbar.
Yep. So, so yeah, essentially, so yeah, Strelix will tell you that he will make sure that his queen sends out to her contacts and that the people of Stanor are informed as well, what to watch out for.
Probably
based
best to
on where they are.
inform all of them except for
Yeah, except for the
Potentially
last
the-
one.
the last one.
Mm-hmm.
He will say that there have not been reports of people being attacked by anything monstrous or weird. Based on what you said there, and even checking with the guard here, no one in the palace staff was ever attacked. No one was no one in the streets, as far as they're aware, have been attacked anywhere that wasn't a normal like cut purse kind of thing.
But there is every chance that they are being observed and that they are taking in information that wouldn't necessarily be spoken about outside of the castle, and knowing people's whereabouts at all times is probably quite valuable too. So
Sure. Yep. So he will, before you guys leave there, he will let you know that the palace guard and the town guard are the same organization. They're sort of a subdivision of the town guard, essentially, which is almost a wing of the military. So they will be going on full alert all across the city, watching out for any problems, any reports of any trouble involving anything strange will be reported and investigated. And so they're basically moving on high alert.
I would feel more comfortable too if we could keep this as quiet as possible.
Oh yeah, he's essentially what's happening is that they're just basically stepping up security for reports. No reason. Only the higher ups know why specifically.
Cool.
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah, they're not going out there and like checking people's eyes all across the street. There, it's mostly just like, hey, anyone disappearing, anyone behaving strangely, any strange attacks have happened on the street or whatever. They're going to be gathering all that information, trying to find out.
Good.
So with that, you are able to head into the underroads. Now, as you approach, you've been in this. You've probably been in one of these entrances many times yourself. And Grim, you haven't been in this portion, but you've been in the underroads in and around Kuvriak. So you know when you approach, you realize what you're seeing. And as you section, there's a large set of double doors, huge set of double doors, set up right against the rocky hillside, kind of dug into it and showing up there. As you approach, the doors will be opened. As you basically kind of someone who's a native, and you can hit the orders that you're able to go in this way. You open it up there, and you see a huge tunnel, easily 20 feet across, probably 20 feet high, just dug down at an incline down into the hillside. At first it's like shored up dirt and rock, almost some of the like cross beams and arches and everything else, very elaborate. And then quickly delves in, it goes down into into more stone, carved stone. Grim, you definitely know this is not dwarven carved stone, but it is a similar process at least. Where dwarven carved areas are much more like squared off and blocky. These are very round and using more like archways and such rather than just cross beams and right angles and everything else. However, there are. Yep.
Before we go in, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take a piece of something so I can teleport back out again.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, before we walk through the door.
And Esk would also bend down and grab a little bit of dirt at the entrance and like wipe his hands with it and like bend down and do a quick little ceremony of just like thanking the gods for above the ground as we go into the deep and do like a protect us as we do a little monk prayer thing kind of.
Excellent.
Before we go in.
Your deity doesn't go in the mountain? My deity reaches in the mountain and underground.
And the skies.
And the skies.
And the skies. And all the things.
Definitely the skies. Yep.
And as we go in, I'll do an inspiring speech for everyone. So,
absolutely.
Ooh, how many temporary hit
And
points
that lasts until a long rest, right? Or a short rest, or
short rest, I think.
Short rest. Okay, so it lasts until you rest. Okay, all right. So
19 temporary hit points. Yeah.
So as you enter this area, you will see that there are actual like the stone floor is also there are what are obviously like grooves cut into the stone floor that actually would match up with the wagon wheels. So basically, kind of wagons would be able to pull across this, and you'll see that there's actually in between those grooves, there's sort of a bit of a little bit rougher patch there. Like it's literally meant to be like somewhat broken ground to get traction for things to pull wagons along this way, or to gain a bit of a stopping point. So for the downhill slopes and everything else. But as you move into this very quickly, there's no specific light source. Though most of you have dark vision in some form or other, or can provide lights. But you move down into darker and darker until it's completely pitch black. There is no natural light down here. And so there's just a long tunnel that will eventually start to curve and slope downward and curve back, but very much there are no tight turns. It's a large thing. Eventually it will get a little bit smaller. So it'll be the 20-foot length it was there, maybe about 15 feet. Into about 12 feet. That's about as far as it goes. It doesn't go much smaller than that. Still definitely wide enough to do a full-size wagon along these tracks in here, with a couple of feet clearance on your side. And definitely the height-wise too, there's no issue of banging your head on the ceiling or anything else, even on the back of a wagon. But you're able to kind of move down into the space. And it is very just quiet. Between the blackness that's out there, like beyond the range of dark vision, there's just pitch black, no light whatsoever. And you experienced something similar when you were in the tunnels down when you rescued the children. Over here, it's odd because you're walking on carved stone. The walls are obviously carved. There are cross braces and arches everywhere. So this obviously is worked stone, but there's no sound around you and no light. Anything else you want to do on the way down as you have entered the underroads?
I'll start humming hi-ho, hi-ho.
Yeah, I mean, I have my mace out. It's
okay. Jem, I am casting aid on Grimbar, myself, and Amethyst.
Okay. Yes, make note of the extra max hit points. All right. Then
how much is that?
5.
I've added onto your maximum hit points.
Okay.
And if we're getting ready to start fighting, I will pull out Cloud Strike and Shield.
Okay. Well, there's no immediate fighting there.
I understand.
You know that the way you're going, it's going to take a number of hours to get there, at least based on where they say it is within the underroads. It's probably a good 6 to 7 hours by foot to get there. So it's gonna be a while before you're actually at the place where he was supposed to be patrolling, where Brasharix and his team is supposed to be. But the time will pass. You guys have a lot of time in the dark and silence to yourselves. You don't see or hear anyone else moving along the stretch right now. You were informed by the Queen also that the under roads in this area has been essentially not sealed off, but like traffic has been halted essentially because of because of the issue.
Undead.
People going missing and the reports of undead. After about 4 or 5 hours, you kind of feeling the kind of the a bit of fatigue just from being on alert and always like trying to strain your hearing and trying to see at the edges of your dark vision. But you're feeling literally on edge because you know you're getting closer, but there's still no signs until about 6 hours or so. You start to hear faint echoing footsteps, scratches, just sort of motion. Nothing close, just echoes in the tunnel ahead of you somewhere. There's just again nothing you can you can see, or nothing that comes out as like specific sounds, but just out there.
I do my divine stuff.
Nothing within your 60 feet or 100 feet or whatever it is. That so it's nothing that close. It's just, again, it's just echoing somewhere in the tunnels ahead of you.
I just want to have it activated,
Yeah.
Jim.
I know, but it only lasts for a minute.
I know.
It's stealth. I like the stealth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop into stealth mode myself and just kind of see if I can blend in the shadows and I will I will scurry ahead real quick and get a little bit ahead of the party and just kind of and just ease up and sneak along.
Okay. I'm not gonna you need to roll it. There's nothing to actually sense you or see you specifically just yet. So you will kind of like moving a little bit further ahead. You see Grimbar kind of disappear in the darkness ahead of you.
I'll go just a little bit behind him. I'm pretty sneaky.
Sure.
But I'll just back up.
The sounds get a little more noticeable. Again, what are definitely like footsteps, soft movement, things scraping along stone, maybe metal scraping along stone. It's a shing. Just a sh. Not there's no
Like
clanging, no clanging.
Something like
More
this,
like clanging.
dragging
Yeah,
the sword behind them as they're
maybe.
walking.
It sounds a bit like that, yeah, or something metallic being dragged across stone. Just kind of
Somebody in
scraping along.
armor crawling along the ground.
It's hard to tell exactly what it is. You start to picture all these different things. It could be any of them, and you start kind of getting different images of what those sounds might be. You don't hear voices. You don't hear anyone speaking or anyone calling out, but there's definitely movement somewhere ahead of you. Esk, you know that you've already passed a couple of branch off points, places where the roads would go off in different directions, and also the intersections and such. But you know that there's an intersection coming up that's basically where the patrol area, specifically where Brasharix was supposed to be heading.
Yeah. Is there like a station near there? Type of
Yeah,
thing?
and you have passed at least one or two like little like offset, little like a waypoint kind of thing like that, where there's basically little alcoves kind of carved out where there's a little place to sit for a moment or whatever else. Yeah, I see a couple of those spaces as well. But yeah, there's definitely a crossroads coming up here. That's sort of the point where various places there, and there was a kind of a way station there as well. Yeah.
Do you think, or Grimbar, that dancing lights would mess you guys up too much
Yes.
if we put it back here behind you?
As long as it's behind me far enough where I'm not in the glow of it,
Yeah.
but it'll draw attention to yourselves.
Yeah, it'll
Well-
definitely be a beacon to anything.
Yeah, the beacon.
Right.
Yeah, they'll
there in
see
the dark.
light coming from forever away.
Right, but we'll also then see it coming. So
Not necessarily.
No.
That's not how that works. If you have a light around you, it probably means that you're less likely to see something moving in the darkness in the distance.
I would
Only it means they'll see you way
count on
before.
your goggles. Count on your goggles.
I mean, I
Until
have
they
those,
know
but-
where to fight.
do we all have the ability to see in the dark?
Everyone has dark vision but
Everyone.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I have goggles, so I have.
Yeah, through the
dark
goggles.
Yeah,
vision.
but everybody else has natural dark vision.
I'm good.
Okay.
That's
Then
why
yes.
you've got the
It
goggles.
will help during the fight if it breaks out there to pop dancing lights there, because that it like illuminating the space there will make it easier to fight in.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving up
But
towards
warn
something there,
those
it's
of
going
us
to see it
with dark vision, please, because you will blind us.
That's pretty much anybody at this point.
Yeah.
As you approach, you're approaching the crossroads, and there's definitely sounds, movement, the scraping of metal against stone.
Were we all connected telepathically?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That
I
only
mean, because
only
it only
lasts
lasts an
for-
hour, so we're probably best using it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
I would sneak up to Grimbar and whisper.
Okay, so Grim and Esk, give me stealth checks since you're out ahead of the party, and perception checks.
But I'm not up there.
It's okay. So you're all hearing things out there, but these guys are further ahead to the point where they could see. Okay.
Yes, but my stealth.
Oh, I know.
26. And oh my god.
Okay.
Hey, we tied. Well, you have advantage.
We have advantage also. Yes. Yep.
I think if being invisible adds to your stealth, something like dancing lights should take away from it.
Dancing
Oh, it
lights
does.
is not on there.
Yeah. You're not sneaking through the dark with dancing lights on.
No.
It's like being in a car with the headlights on. You can see the car coming from a long ways off.
Mhm.
So the two of you are able to very silently move up to where you see the crossroads. And as you can see, there's this large open space there where it opens up into almost like, it reminds you almost like a sewer cistern. In fact, there's this gigantic open space. And there's definitely, the road continues and branches off to both sides. And this open space has almost like tiered shelves built into the walls that come out there, and so and like multiple levels you can sit in and rest in places you can park wagons below them, and then move up to the second tier where people can sleep or sit and eat or whatever else that. So on each of the corners of the crossroads, there's a little alcove where a wagon can park there, and a secondary level and a vaulted ceiling above. There are no lights here currently, but there are places where lights could be like set up. But there are currently none there. With your perception checks, nothing takes note of note of you approaching. With your perception check, however, you do see some movement, some shapes, just humanoid-looking shapes, moving along at the base of, kind of along the wall of a couple of the alcoves, a couple up in the second story above. No one's like, just sort of like moving along. And Graham, with a 24, you will spot that there's one of the figures off closest to you in the left-hand alcove. Looks to be a person in armor, maybe, kind of moving along there, and they are essentially just dragging a metal boot, just and they're
flipping along while they're dragging their leg behind them,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Yes, and it's a metallic metal boot. There's a scraping along the ground with each step, and it stops, sort of like looks slowly in another direction there, and it starts wandering off across the intersection toward one of the other alcoves, kind of
How far away
away
is
from
this?
you.
Can I get any description on it? Is he
It's
got a helmet on, or
it's it's a humanoid figure, probably dragonborn. By the size and build, there's armor, but details you can't really make out because there's no color in dark vision.
And
And it's, like I said, you can see it, but you can't see. Like I said, it's not. It's just dragging along behind, dragging along there, just kind of shambling away from you.
my like extent in fighting the undead, uh,
Mhm.
these are all undead.
As far as you can tell, the fact that they're sitting around in the dark in this place here, um, actually, you will spot in the far alcove, just barely, there is a caravan, a wagon of some kind, tucked into uh, that alcove on the far right, and it's sitting kind of lopsided. So probably one of the wheels has broken or something. Based on it, it's over in the other far side there. Um, and again, there's some movement around that wagon, some movement around the alcoves above, but nothing is like, it's just sort of like milling about. Nothing is like moving with purpose that you can see. Yes, you really, these are undead.
yeah, I'll tap, ask and point back to go back. We're gonna head
Yeah,
out back.
and
Yep.
he'll. Yeah, Esk
You-
absolutely agrees. He's like in the middle of while you're trying to tap him. He's actually like reaching over to tap you. Like,
Yep. You're like,
oh,
you guys go back and sort of while they're away, you definitely are feeling a faint presence of undead. It's out there. You're not sure exactly how far, how close, because you haven't activated your sense, but it's a little tingle of necrotic sense you have. It's sort of, they're out there somewhere. And as they come back, and they like you kind of like, actually they come back, they come back into view, moving very quietly and flat and silently, but you see them come into view.
I don't know why you had to start hurting again.
Well, Grimbar. Ask. What'd you see?
We explain to him what's going on. I give him the layout and about the tiered everything, and how there's people on different tiers. So you go down in there, you're gonna have multiple attacks from all around. So it's gonna be tough.
Well,
I'd give like the exact number of the ones that we saw. I think
Yeah.
he described 6 of them.
yeah, they're you definitely spotted, there may be more, but you definitely saw 6 that were moving. Yeah, and at least one of them was armed, was wearing armor.
But he can't move very fast.
Yeah, wasn't able to. Yeah. So,
Well,
Well-
not one. We don't know if they're, World War Z zombies or not yet.
well, with
Well, like-
that, go ahead, Thor.
No, I was just gonna say let's charge in and go beat up some meaty skeletons.
Well, with that, we will do that next time, as we are out of time for today. So, next time we will see what awaits you at the crossroads of the crossroads and the underroads, the first set of crossroads, and we will see what transpires from there. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for playing. Thank you for being your wonderful people that you are. And if you're out there watching now and in the future, thanks for watching and being a part of this. As always, we love having you here. And if you are looking for games, you're looking to play or run games here, the Tumble Taker can help out with that. A lot of people want to play. We can set up games, chat rooms for you to set up your games in and play with other folks. So please join us if you can. Just the link is in the description down below there. And we'll hopefully see you again sometime soon. And when you do, drinks are on us. So we can't wait. Have fun. See you soon.